Okay, guys, welcome to the Rainbow Six X Comedy Cup Season 2, and this is going to be the grand finale for the whole season. This is going to be Bullet on the desk with me, John Ross, as going to be my brother back again on the casting desk with all the issues happening in with alongside. But there we go, aggressive. We are backing on the casting desk. So good to see you. How are you doing today, man?
I'm really excited for this one, especially because now we are here at the grand final stage. And don't forget, here at the grand finals, the stakes are higher than ever because season number 2 will be coming to a close. Lightning Warriors going up against Hasib Warriors, two warrior tribes now showcasing what they can do up against one another. One side, we have a team full of very experienced individuals who have fought tooth and nail to get this far. And on the other side, a couple of the new kids are on the block, the new guns, I would say, because these teams,
100%.
the players, on the side of Lightning Warriors are players that we haven't really seen compete at a high level of siege in the past. So these are brand new players pretty much that have came onto the scene, and now they're here to make their big splash in the CGX.
100%, man, and that new team is definitely going to be the side of Lightning Warriors comparatively that we have seen in the past few years in the Siege Southeast Asia competitive play. But when we talk about the last 2 days that we have seen in the terms of the semifinal action going, when we talk about the side of Sea Warriors, I mean, there's no introduction, there's no kind of like stats which can glorify them more. Being for us say that all of the players coming in from this team are just way too experienced. I'd say over experienced coming for a community event like this for sure. But when you talk about the side of Lightning Warriors, what went in exactly yesterday too, this was a team particularly being followed on the frag power of the side of Master. I mean, that guy popped off yesterday like crazy. In the entire best of 3 matchups, we only played up like only 2 maps, and this guy was able to put around 30 to 36 frags in just 2 maps. And that tells a
Yikes.
lot about the overall frag potential coming in from everybody. But for now, folks, we will keep this discussion aside. Let's take a look at the entire event format. Let's give you a little bit of that recap. Yes, every other game was played in a single elimination when it comes down to the first few stages of the game. Now from the quarter finale and the semi-finale, and of course today is a grand finale, which is going to be best of 5. But yes, the event format was like, of course, it is a 5v5 game mode happening in, and everybody had their one shot single chance to claim the victory at Community Cup Season 2 for Rainbow Six Siege X.
Yeah, you have to make it where it counts. There were no lower brackets. There was absolutely nothing. It's either you get this win, take this victory, and get that one shot ticket over towards the grand final stage, or pretty much you just have to wait around for the next season to roll around. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit more about the prize pool that these teams are going to be fighting for here. That is for certain. And one of the bigger questions that we all would have is what which team is really going to be the one to take that number one position? Because with so many of the teams getting better after season number one, and the Community Cup season number two has been a pretty big coin flip on who will be the possible victor. We've seen third maps roll around almost in every corner, and a lot of the experienced teams with the experienced players, they were the ones to go down. So the 25K INR prize pool right at the very top of it all is pretty much up for grabs for anyone.
Definitely, and of course, we have a prize pool of a very competitive, comprehensive, distribution that the first place team is gonna take home 25,000 worth of 25,000 INR, and the second place team will take home 15,000 INR. And of course, just not about that. The teams who have placed in like fourth and the fifth, and of course, respectively at the sixth position, they're also gonna take home some really good amount of R6 credits if they're able to divide among themselves in a good manner. But for now, folks, let's take a look again, we talked about teams, but for now, we will take again look at who are going to be the grand finalists today. Of course, it's going to be Lightning Warriors facing up the side of Hasib Warriors. Now, I have told about it. Hasib Warriors is that one team where every other guy, every other, I would say, the player, every other operator is a pretty known one. Hasib, Baz, Taha, Fatar, Zedas. If I just want to keep Zedas at ice, Baz, Taha, Fatar, and Hasib are pretty much the very, very experienced player that you can see in the entire Southeast Asia of Rainbow Six Siege scene. But when you talk about the side of Lightning Warriors, the same thing. Master, Extreme. Probably I have seen the side of Sinister playing in back in year 7 or year 8 of the entire competitive play. But today, when we see these guys playing under the IGL of Master, these guys were something very different. Yes, the first map was something that when they went on against the side of Team Dim to yesterday, there was a little bit shakier, even though they got the victory on it on overtime victory 8-7. But as we went on the second map of Cafe yesterday, Lightning Warriors just didn't give their opponent any chance aggressive. They were just popping off like crazy.
Yeah.
Again, kudos to Master for being the, I would say, the frag leader. But today is gonna be the grand finale. Today is gonna be a very, I would say, a different kind of like a game, because you have again a very, very experienced opponent on what you can get in the entire Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that is for certain. Whichever team is going to be the ones to take over this entire game will be the winners of season number two. But we, of course, do have a lot of good news for you, ladies and gentlemen, because even if you guys were not able to play in season number two, season number three is, of course, going to be right around the corner. Registrations are already live, ladies and gentlemen, so make sure to grab your teams, grab your buddies, and of course, grab anyone that you do know, and make sure to share this out as well, because season number three for the CGX Community Cup has already been announced. 50K in our prize pool once again, and of course, the R6 credits for the fifth, sixth, and seventh place positions. You don't, sorry, the fourth, fifth, and sixth place position, so you don't want to miss out on any of that action, because Fragnation is making sure that the action never stops.
100%. And of course, a huge, I would say, kudos to Ubisoft when it comes down to supporting the entire, I would say, the region, entire, I would say, the Southeast Asia region, not just in terms of the esports, but giving a lot of the content creators those kind of a chance and those kind of opportunities where you can actually create a lot of content on CGX and get the benefits from the publisher side. And again, kudos to side of Fragnation, everybody in the back end team to kind of like make this initiative possible on a brighter side. But again, folks, we have to just wait and watch for the map weaker, because this is going to be a best of 5. This is not going to be a best of 3. This is not going to be a best of 1. This is going to be a best of 5. So for sure, for today, we are in for a really, really wrong broadcast. I am pretty sure about it, because it's Southeast Asia. Rehost the map that disconnects the what do you call about the map selection. Everything's gonna go crazy, because this is a siege essay. We call this essay siege for a reason. But hey, keeping those all those jokes and banter aside, what do you think about them, aggressive? Because you were alongside with me on the first game, and the Hasib Warriors popped up a really good victory against the side of that was uh, the first team was the side of, one second, folks. It was the side of Deadeye. Yeah, Hasib facing up the side of Deadeye. So, what do you think about? What do you think? What's gonna be cooking up in terms of the strategy and the plays coming along from the side of Hasib Warriors?
I think the map selection alone is going to give us a good understanding of what to expect here. Don't forget, this is going to be best of five, so it's a marathon and a half for every single one of the players from each one of these teams. Bank is going to be the first initial map that we are going to be sent into, second being Cafe, Clubhouse, Night Haven Labs, and Consulate. Consulate being the very end pickup for Hasib Warriors is not that big of a surprise because we've seen them pick this map up as a crutch up against a lot of the other teams in season number one, but Bank getting through is gonna be an issue because we have seen the members of Hasib Warriors struggle a lot when it comes down to the map of Bank, and the fact that Lightning Warriors are the ones to pick this one up, this might cause some problems overall for how the series is gonna start for them.
100%. Consulate is going to be our decider, and the Night Haven Lab is going to be our map number 4. So, two of the maps which from the players. I just want to see some layer in Night Haven action, but again, Night Haven is definitely in their map 4. But there we go. The games are going to get started, folks. Of course, from the first beginning of the round, we're going to see the operator getting bans, 2 from the defensive side, 2 from the attacking side, and then after that, it's going to begin on round number 4. But for now, the first operator to get banned from the defensive side, that's going to be coming in. It's going to be Azami. Pretty usual ban when it comes down to the map of Consulate. Bank. But for the side of, attacking player, it's going to be Twitch. And the Equithermal charge guy is going to be Ace. Kaid also going to get banned from the side of Hasib, which is pretty obvious. Lightning Warrior, which is pretty obvious. But Twitch getting banned up in the attacking play is something out of the blue.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
We're gonna need to see where this is gonna go for them. But one of the bigger questions I would think is, I get why this switch has been banned out by the members of Hasib Warriors too, because they are gonna be picking up on that mirror, and maybe they just don't want to place out the mute as much, right? Because having the mute, it gives you that opportunity to be a little bit more open in the way that you go, but at the same time, it puts you into a spot where you have the gadgets to get some value, but you're not always going to be able to find full value out of it, and the mirror windows just are in a little bit more of a problematic situation. One of the bigger changes, though, I do see that Exodus, he's going to be going in to try and go in for that mirror trick down on the door frame, down on the wall over there. So as long as the mirror is present in that position, I don't think any thermite or any form of strong hard breach is going to be able to open up that wall. The members of Hasib Warriors, they're playing for the long game here. And with that smoke, they're going to be able to slow down any form of a breach or even a diffuse to come through for a very long time.
Let's see, man. At this point of time, also comes down to the question that, overall, we have seen Hasib Warriors, from what I clearly remember on their plays coming on the side of Bank, I have seen Hasib Warriors popping off, whether it's the SA Nationals that I've seen in the past, whether it's the other community-based events. I have seen Hasib Warriors popping off like crazy on Bank. So I feel like it's going to be more of like a challenge coming in for the side of Lightning Warriors, especially in their attacking rounds. But for now, let's see what is going to be exactly followed up. We do see Coco playing on the floor. It's going to be the striker, which you don't usually see on a Bank setup like this. Maybe they need some of these extra secondary heartbeat charges and the secondary claymores as well, because they do have Hibana, they do have Master playing on TKB to give that crucial information and to, of course, open up the hatches, and of course to give us some more intel and give us some more, I would say, flexibility in terms of attacking in a really fast manner. We also see the Zero coming in with the August camp.
They're doing well at the end of the day, and that's all that you would have hoped for. A little bit of a dicey situation, though. They need to be careful on where they go with this one next, but so instead he wins the race as the members of Lightning Warriors, they already have the first bout of information because of the call coming through from the Dokkaebi. Pretty deep angles here already. That's extreme. Still looking to go in for the jump down. Using the striker here to gain a little bit of a utility advantage, but then again, he's opted for the claymores instead. Doesn't really have the flash to go in for the jump down just yet, so he needs to play this one smartly. Angle, the timing could have been there for Tar. Could have been on the receiving end of a lot of hurt if he wasn't careful, but at the same time, they're just going to be able to wait. Positions are good. It's already the mirror. First line of contact now, they're stuck inside of this room. They can't really get out anymore. And as long as Master holds on the position with Logic Bond now coming down through, there's a good chance they can find the hit. They have the information that they need. Pre-fires coming through from either side. They're looking for the kill, and the Mira, I don't think she's none the wiser for it. She's probably gonna fall, and that's gonna be another one to come down as well. The members of Lightning Warriors are systematically taking them down one after the next. The bodies just keep on piling up, and now Patar, he's the last one alive and kicking. There's no way he's gonna be able to hold this. Lightning Warriors, what just happened? You blink and you miss it because the team just got a flawless round and ended off the first one.
Now Lightning Warriors getting Hasib Warriors getting defeated in their defensive round. It was something that definitely will happen in the next 6 rounds, but Lightning Warriors getting a flawless round against the side of Sea Warriors. Sea Warriors. Maybe this is something of like you didn't prepare, didn't come in prepared or what. But for now, folks, so we'll just wait out because this is just gonna be the first map here in the play. But the round here in play. But again, let me remind you folks, this is the grand finale. This is the best of 5 that we are talking about over here. So it's gonna be a like I said, it's gonna be a marathon when it comes down for these both teams. For now, it's going to be the 3rd floor objective being taken, the CEO office, and we do see Castle being brought up. We also see Valkyrie getting picked up from the side of Zeta. So a lot of information will be played alongside, especially in the 90 hallway, especially on the spirals area.
10 seconds.
Let's see where this is going to go down next, though. But overall, what's the game plan moving forward for the members of the Sea Warriors? Because that last round left a lot to be desired for. That is for certain because of one very key, minute reason. Hasib Warriors just did not really want to take the fight. You could tell that all of them were just like hiding out a little bit too much, and they allowed Lightning Warriors to get down a drop in from the hatch, and just there was no way they were going to be able to hold on to the bank vault anymore because the Mira just kept on giving away the position. Yeah, of course, you use the C4 to try and hold them back, but there's so much more that you could have done. Maybe get a buddy or a teammate to come in and just give you the utility that you need to go in for the turnaround. And finally, we do see that change coming through. Let's see, he's going to be the first one to take that line of contact, be able to shut down the second as well. Beautiful C4 usage coming out from Taha to get another, and that's a 3v5 now across the entire map as Lightning Warriors, they went in a little bit too hard and a bit too close to the sun for their own comfort, and they're the ones feeling the burns for it.
Coco, Master, Demon Killer. Master actually playing King of Brava on a map like Bank. Maybe it's a little different of like a style which they thought about it. You do see zero opportunity from the side. ATM or gas cam has been placed up on the cabinet over there. But for now, both of the guys, they actually the important ones, Extreme and Sinister, playing on the flex role and the aggressive role is going to be something of a very important, operators just being taken out, especially the side of Ibana getting picked up very early. It's going to be an unfortunate disconnect coming in from side of Taha, but anyways, for the side of Zetas and Fatar, I mean, everybody from the side of Hasiba is going to be more than enough to take this down on 4v3. But everybody from the Lightning Warriors taking a whole lot of time to just assess the situation and gather some more information to push against the defensive team.
Hasib's going nuclear out here on this castle. It's going to be able to shut down 2 at the bare minimum. And that's perfect coming out from them. Lightning Warriors, how do you want to turn this one around? They need a couple of kills to just equalize it even to the bare minimum. Still a chance, regardless, because Master, hero of yesterday's story, is still alive and kicking for doing even more here. This position perfect and ready as they're trying to work their way in as quickly as they possibly can, but as long as Master is not really given the opportunity to open things up, it's perfect for them. And it's going to be Baz instead, who gets a perfectly nicely handled out kill and no chance to try and survive a flawless round when you think about it at the end of the day, as the setup's pretty much done and dusted. As the members of Hasib Warriors, they took the initiative first, they got those opening frags, and Lightning Warriors, they just couldn't really stabilize.
Yeah. For now, yes, we do see Hasib Warriors getting back at it. But Baz, I have to appreciate the side of Baz and Fatar when it was the first semi-finale when they played against the side of Deadeye. Baz was the top fragger, if I'm able to remember it correctly. He went in that entire series, I guess it did went to the decider map, right? Or it didn't? But overall, frag points were looking somewhere around like 27 to 28, as far as I'm able to remember. And the guy actually pulled off a lot of the clutches for his team where it was needed the most. So again, Baz, Fatar, and again, I will also count the side of Taha being those guys to initiate and win those gunfights. But if I just want to pick out the same individuals in the same trace coming in from the side of Lightning Warriors aggressive, I don't see anybody except from the side of Master playing on the Doki, playing on a lot of flex roles, and even though picking up those skills actually. Apart from it, I don't see anyone having those clutch potential and the frag potential from what I have seen in the yesterday's game.
I mean, it also could have been because Master just took over the entire show, right? Because we have seen this as well in the past that one particular player just has such a strategic dominance over the entire opposition that he counters pretty much everyone. Up against the Sea Warriors, though, it's a completely different game, a completely different story where everyone really does need to step up because none of the members of the Sea Warriors, they are low when it comes down to the side of mechanical skill. You would think that, hey, maybe Hasib, who is pretty much the ringleader of this entire thing, he is the IGL and captain, that he might be the one to slow down when it comes down to his aim, but no. He, as an IGL, is also able to pull off miraculous stunts with his aim alone. And utilizing that, there shouldn't be any question that the members of Lightning Warriors, if they want to win up against them, every single one of the players really need to step up to the table. Especially in that last round, we did witness Hasib really pull off those miraculous stunts, but we have also seen Exodus go in for ace clutches previously when he was up against Red Eye, and also Fatar being the one to step up to the table as well when it is required. There is no end to what these players can do. So for Lightning Warriors, they need to be up and ready.
Yeah. For now, we do see now from one unfortunate disconnect is going to be two disconnects, so we have to just wait in for a while, folks. But as of now, from the operators that has been locked from the side of defense are going to be not going to be same actually. They do have the time for the next 12 seconds the prep phase left. But Tubarao coming into the mix and alongside Mute, as I'm pretty sure that when Tubarao is coming up and a Mute is coming up on a situation like this, on a map like this, like a bank, but I'm pretty sure that either the site is going to be on the CE office or the basement objective, because that's where you need all of these anti-hard breachers to just stop the entire push coming along from the attackers. But Master, Sinister, Coco, when we talk about in that term, now that only Hasib is able to pick up those miraculous plays, is also able to do the same. It all comes to a difference. I feel like Eggy is all about the one team being really experienced, man, and some of the high level of competition that SACs has to offer. Comparatively, Lightning Warrior being that new young gun, not exactly new young gun, but comparatively just less experienced in terms of the overall competitive play. Now, it doesn't mean that they cannot defeat the side of Sea Warriors. They cannot pull off stunts like that. They cannot, make miraculous play. We just saw that happening in the very first round of the attacking play on the map of Bank. So they have to just keep doing it, keep finding those gaps, try to find the kind of like the mistakes what Hasiwars are able to do, play that slow methodical siege that you really need to play against a team like Hasi Warriors for sure.
Absolutely. Slow and methodical is the name of the game, but also understanding how you want to go in for the overall setups is another big thing indeed too. At the end of the day, there are a lot more different variables in the game of Siege than we can really talk about as casters, because you take over a singular space in any game, there's gonna be a problem on the opposite side of the spectrum where you take the space away and then the defenders, they have to put enough utility to try and gain that space back. And this is what we saw happen in round number 1, where the members of Sea Warriors just refused to try and fight for a lot of the space being gained out by their opposition in fights like this. And if that is something that keeps on continuing for the side of the Sea Warriors, this might be a very tough game for them. But at the same time, the opposite could be said for the side of Lightning Warriors, because they're a team that is really good at gaining space. I'll have to give in that much, that if their opponents just don't really try to fight them, they're just going to be in a tough spot. And it seems as though there's some form of technical difficulties happening already, and a possible rehost could be called. Yeah, SA Siege at its finest. You called it as well. You called it as well, by the way, Bullet. So I
Maybe I
blame you
jinxed
for
it.
it.
Hey, it's not about blaming or anything. I mean, even I'm pretty sure even Fragnation guys knows it. Everybody knows it, man. This is SA Siege. It ain't a SA Siege matchup if there's not a rehost. If it's there's not a single rehost in one BO1 game that we're talking about, it ain't Southeast Asia. And I'm not trying to make fun of the players' condition. I'm not trying to make fun of your game getting disconnected or power getting off. It happens to the best of us. It happens to both of us as also like being the cast runners. Sometimes the power goes out, sometimes the internet goes off. It's a pretty. It is the new norm. Not exactly new normal. This is the old normal. This is what it happens when it comes down to the Seed broadcasts. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see where this is gonna go. But I do believe that there's a possibility of a break happening soon. But yeah, like just as I said it, my producer already gave us the confirmation as the game is gonna be set up, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna be heading on down over into a very short little break. Make sure to check out the Discord because we do have a bunch of events going out already for you guys back in the community. So make sure to hit the link down below in the description. But for now, we're gonna be heading on down over into a very short little break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more Siege action.
Well, folks, we're back again here at the Rainbow Six Sieges Comedy Cup Season 2. And of course, there's going to be the grand final between the side of Lightning Warriors and Hasib Warriors. And up to here, folks, the first map is obviously the bank. And we have seen both the teams winning one round each for themselves. But yeah, there was a little bit of that unfortunate disconnect happening. And so we had to go in for a little of that rehost. And we have to take a little pause. But we are back again with the match. And we'll be jumping straight into the game.
This is just going to be one of those games, right, that I'm pretty sure is going to go the full distance of possibly even 5 maps, a couple of revos here and there, but you don't really know what to expect, though, at the end of the day, now do you? There's too many different variables that you need to worry about, but one of the constant variables that I do see is,
many bombs as they can.
the bans were not set after the rehost.
Here
well
we go
then.
again. You wanna do that on how Baba does it? Here we go again. You wanna do it?
Yes. No, I think a mutual agreement is just better. We don't want to go into another rehost, buddy. Just go in for the mutual agreement. Just accept on what bans are gonna be happening next as well. Just
The first one was Ace, Twitch, Kaid, and
10 seconds
third
remaining.
one. I forgot the third one.
okay, the Zami.
5 seconds.
Azami,
to go.
yeah, Azami. Right.
Reloading ammo. Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Round number 3 underway. So I guess the round has started. If there was a pause or rehost, even after this one, it should have been called. But anyways, as the first this action phase has started, we are just about to reach the 2-minute and 40-second marker. As a pro league rule applies, you just cannot now call for rehost until there's an admin interference. But there we go. It's going to be round 3 underway, folks. We do see the setup being done by the castle to take this control of the archives. Actually, good to see on how.
what
Oh,
kind of
dude.
castle setup is that?
This is a pro level strat in play, and boy oh boy, you just wait and watch. Just wait and watch.
This is something we don't generally see, but this is going to be very interesting. If this works out well for the members of Hasib Warriors, that's going to be an instantaneous trade-off coming in from both sides. They do have the Bana pellets to just open up the walls for a lot of the troubles that they are going to be causing. This Master looking for the opportunity, could go in for the jump down at any second, and he is going to be the one to do so, but he made a meal out of that one. That's going to be a tough one to try and survive out at the end of the day as Hasib Warriors. They went in for the full bunker strat, and the bunker is just working on wonders for them as Hasib Warriors. They're punishing them in every hit and turn for the shots that they are missing, but at the end of the day, the members of Lightning Warriors, they're just not going to be able to do much, though. They just cleared out the different positions, and they're not even near basement. This is not even the side.
Yep. This is called a classic vertical site extension, folks. And what other best team who can do it? Especially if it's not coming in from the side of Hasib Warriors. That's going to be Hasib and everybody from actually 2 of the players. And we just saw the side of Taha going on to taking a rotation or using that hatch back to the side. Sister and Coco being very, very out of the blocks. That how they want to just approach a hard breach getting done. And he takes down the jump on the side of wall. Capra also takes the jump. They don't have an idea that 2 of the defenders already placed upon the vault. That's going to be the play happening in from the side of Fatar. And he knows it picks in the side of Sinister. Capra goes down. Now it's going to be a 1v3. And Coco definitely needs to find a clutch in less than 40 seconds, but the Dreadnought mines are just not gonna help him to do that.
And he's just kind of done for. Coco, he's just probably gonna get burned to death here in just a couple of seconds. Never mind. That is gonna be a tough one, as the Goyo canister not really working out in their favor, as the Fenrir is also just causing problems from the grave. This is not what you want to be in. And down over to 10 seconds left on the clock. Already positions revealed. Shots are fired from either side. Another disconnect possibly happening as well as... oh boy. That's going to be another one being given away over to the opposition. This is going to be a tough call, to say the very least, of what's going to happen next for the members of Lightning Warriors, because this round could have been theirs, but they got a little bit too impatient in the way that they wanted to go in for this duel. It's going to be tough, but doesn't mean that it's going to be impossible at the end of the day, because the way that Hasib Warriors did play that last round out, they had a set plan in mind for the defensive side. But for Lightning Warriors,
100%.
I think that Master went in a little bit too deep without any form of help. Normally, if you're going to drop a hatch like that, you always want to take a buddy with you or maybe have your buddy set you up with a flash or something. But instead, this was a very risky fight that you losing out as a Dokkaebi that early on is going to cost your team big moving forward in an attack round.
See, man, I don't know whether I should say this or not, but I have to. This was just a classic example of how you actually see an experienced team like Hasib Warriors play, man. That site extension was pretty common, to be frankly speaking, from what we have seen in NA and EU. You know,
Yeah,
I was
absolutely.
even in the tier 1 competition of Siege, even in the OC region as well. But this was a classic example of how you actually expect such an experienced team to play, especially when we did saw Lightning Warriors giving a flawless round in the very first round of the bank. But for now, folks, yes, we have seen another unfortunate disconnect. We have seen an unfortunate rehost as well. Not as an unfortunate rehost, but yeah, rehost was about to happen when we came on the first break after that. But for now, folks, we have to just wait and watch after the game gets resumed or what kind of operator is going to get banned. Because as you know, folks, the new operator ban rework has been introduced in Siege. Yes, in rank it works pretty much different from what it works in the competitive play of Siege X. In rank, it's going to be every other operator getting banned up in every other start of the round. But in the competitive play, you first ban at the entire of the matchup in round number 1, 2 attackers getting banned from the team playing on the defense and 2 defensive bans from the team who's playing on the attacking side first. But after that, the rounds, the bans get operator bans get preset at the start of the 4th round. So it's going to be another set of bans coming in place. So this kind of like methodically changes the overall dynamic approach that has to be set from these teams. Either you can go for simply the target bans, which has been the case in tier 1 competition of Siege as well, from what we have seen in the Siege Reload, from what we are able to see in the CGMEL Challenger Series going down in the NA, but also that we have seen in some of the top tier teams playing like it. There's not going to be specific operators which are get banned according to the map, like that we have seen a lot of Valkyrie bans in the past. We have seen a lot of trap based operator bans in the past. It's more of that on how some of these operators are being so impactful in terms of which teams are going to win those rounds. So it all comes down to that
Absolutely.
maybe we might see what was it, Fenrir ban coming up from the side of Lightning Warrior, because Fenrir Dreadnought mines are causing a whole lot of trouble for them to push alongside the basement objective and especially on the sea objective as well. Or maybe you can even see a castle ban being deployed from the side of Lightning Warriors in terms of the defenders getting banned from them.
Yep. There's going to be a lot of different options that a lot of teams can go in for. But normally, this ban is much more of a reactive ban to what's really happening to any of these teams. On those rounds where you could have won, but you just couldn't win because one particular character was causing you problems. And in the case of Lightning Warriors, 2 characters really were the ones causing a lot of the issues. You pretty much put the nail on the head on that one, being the Castle and the Fenrir. Now, you have to choose between the greater of 2 evils. The thing with Castle is that there's ways to counter it. It's pretty easy to destroy the castle barricades if you have the proper ops to do so, but you kind of need to stack yourself around the castle barricades so that you can try to rig them. While on the opposite side of the spectrum, Fenrir is a lot more difficult to try and counter because very few things are going to be able to catch out exactly where his traps are going to be at. So at the end of the day, I do believe that Fenrir will be the greater of the 2 evils. So Lightning Warriors should ban that one out, but maybe they have a pretty good strat to go up against it. And the castle could be an even more of an overarching problem that causes macro issues instead of the micro issues that the Fenrir generally can bring onto the table.
Yeah. For now, folks, we are still waiting in for the guy to reconnect from what I assume there's going to be probably an internet or a power cut issue, which usually happens with SS cautious as well.
Lovely.
So yeah, we're just gonna wait for a while. What did you say, Aggie?
No, I said lovely.
It happens, man. It happens to the best of us, man. It's totally fine. And again, if this was a regular BO3 from the qualifier or even the group stages, I'm pretty sure that these guys are more than confident to say in for a fact that, hey, don't worry about it, we can just play 4v5. But this is grand finale. It's the prize pool of 50,000 INR rupees. It's a great prize pool where they cannot just risk anything, especially having a man disadvantage like that. Just go and and play for a 4v5 until unless the timer runs out.
This is gonna be a long one, that is for certain. As I do believe that we beat the dead horse quite a lot, haven't we already? That both of these teams, they're gonna be pretty evenly matched at the end of the day. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade-off every single time. As Warriors, so they did their homework, and as a much more experienced team, you can tell that their strategies just look to be way more sound. It's not just, hey, I'm gonna go kill and we're gonna win. It's about having a much more deeper sense of how the map is really gonna get played out. This is smart, and Lightning Warriors yet to see a lot of adaptability come through after what happened in round number 1, because you witness Hasib Warriors going for a complete 180 for their overall strategy after that initial high octane push that went through from Lightning Warriors. But Lightning Warriors, they kind of are trying to stay true to that identity on that attack side, but maybe, just maybe, here on this defensive, here on this particular round and now number 4, we do see that change up. But I do believe that this is gonna take a little while longer. We're gonna take a little bit of confirmation on what's gonna be happening next, ladies and gentlemen. But in the meantime, Bullet, I want to return to you for a little bit here. What do you think is really gonna be the case for map number 1 after what we saw from the overall setups in these last 3 rounds? Because my money is still on the side of Hasib Warriors, just because they've been pulling out a lot more diverse strategies, and they look to be a team that have a very deep strat book to bleed into if anything goes wrong.
I feel like for the side of Hasib Warriors now, until unless in terms of the, I would say, the frag and the gunfight approach being so dominant from the side of from the team of Lightning Warriors now, it was just not the case of round number 1. Even in round number 2, we did saw Demon Killer, and I guess it was an Extreme of the Sinister, if I'm able to recall it well. It was them side to just to make sure that they are able to win those gunfights. And in terms of winning those gunfights, I can give that brownie points to Lightning Warriors. We have seen that in round number 1. We have seen that in round number 2. But again, when it comes down to that methodical play, when it comes down to playing strat, which is the core meta of Rainbow Six Siege, that is the overall plays that needs to happen from the side of both the teams. So Hasib Warriors definitely have that brownie point from their side. But even though it comes down to the all specific case that I just cannot repeat it again and again. It's just the simple case. Hasib Warriors are a much more experienced team compared to what we have seen from the side of Lightning Warriors. I have not seen Lightning Warriors, some of these names playing in some other community tournaments as well since year 7 or year 8, I would say, if I'm able to recall. Maybe they are upcoming team which are able to actually give a good competition. But when we talk about the side of Hasib Warriors, we have seen them play Asian Nationals, we have seen them play the major qualifiers, we have seen them everywhere representing the SA region at their level best. But for now, folks, it's gonna be the games getting resumed, and only 2 operators have been banned. What?
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many.
That's gonna be, wait, a 0 ban? Okay, Castle getting banned out, understandably so. Like, we kind of talked about it, right? That it's either the Fenrir or the Castle that's gonna get banned out, but 0? Hasib Warriors, they're going in for a lot of very like, I understand it why they would go in for the ban for this particular side, because if the 0 cams are allowed to just run amok, especially through reinforces, that's a lot of information being given away.
I don't know, man. I feel like we did saw 0 getting picked up for 3 times, if I'm able to recall, from the side of Lightning Warrior, but I don't think so. 0 is someone which can be greatly utilized against a team like Hasib Warrior, but I feel like they are not going to take any chances, especially on a middle floor side like this one. But for now, folks, when it comes down to the open space, when it comes down to the open space and the kitchen area, also comes down to the fact that the attackers can approach you vertically from the basement side as well, and also from the second floor as well. So there's going to be at least 3 or the defenders trying to stop those vertical push and the stop that vertical control being taken from the side of Tigers. That keeps down that two very big objective side getting handled only by one or two of the anchor base operators. But for now, we do see the Raptors then coming in from side Coco from the plaza, also from the side of Sinister to take the control at the second floor. Probably this guy had an audio cue. There's going to be someone trying to run out, or maybe just trying to take an extra peek over there. So we do see that that kind of like a just slow and methodical approach, just taking a little bit of that time from their side to just go in for that drone work, grab some more information, and then go on to proceed on with the push.
Already 1 minute 50 seconds left on the clock. Both sides have yet to make a lot of ground on where to go next with this one. Tough positions, but overall we do have the information that we do need. They have to be careful on what they do next because it's still a bad spot. Just being a nuisance and a problem. You'd have expected the Ying Candelas to come through to try and give him a little bit of an edge, but no. He just tried to clear it out by face-checking the position. They're dropping like flies and they're making mistakes. The Warriors, they're just allowed to take these gunfights for free. You have utility. Where's the util being utilized? Absolutely nothing. Master finally answering back in kind, shutting down Taha, who's been a menace to society at the very beginning of this fight. Still a C4 in hand, an opportunity presented, and none of the members of Lightning Warriors are yet even close to the side. They've yet to open up the hatches, and this is going to be an even bigger issue for them to try and move past.
For now, there was a clear, I would say, and coordinated, a little bit of that coordination issue happening in from the side of Lightning Warriors from what I'm able to anticipate. But at this point of time, Taha is just being Taha, man. We have seen Taha dominant on the very first day of the semi-finale. Same comes down to the side of Bars as well. But for now, we do see Master trying to push down from the lobby area, the main lobby that connects from the ATM. Maybe they can actually open up the open up the archives in the open space wall. But ooh, that's what I'm talking about. Master pops off when it is so much needed for his team. He does have the info somewhere from the side of 90. He does take that peek, and he will be completely shut out from the side of Bars. We do see another pick happening. That's going to be just a 1v3 left down, 5 seconds left. And that's another great round, actually. Not in terms of the strat, just about on how some of these guys are just way too good when it comes down to anticipating the plays happening in on a map like Bang, coming in from the side of Lightning Warriors. Hasib Warriors takes round number 4 on their side. The scoreline is now 3-1. As we approach the very end of the first half, we do see Hasib Warriors actually being very dominant. Not very dominant, but definitely dominant on their defensive play.
This is what you love to see in a game like this. Both sides just at each other's throats, but at the same time, Lightning Warriors, you can see the gaps in their overall setup. The gaps that you would only see a team that doesn't really have as much experience playing together. And these mistakes are really starting to pile up one after the other. Hasib Warriors, they're running away with a lot of these rounds purely on the basis of, hey, where is the utility? The drone work was good. Lightning Warriors, they had the information that they would have needed to really try and mount up a proper comeback or even a hit there, but it's tough because these are very basic mistakes, and these basic mistakes up against a team this experienced will cause some problems because, yeah, see, Warriors, there's a lot of big gaps in their overall setup. Taha should not have survived any of these hits, but it seems as though Taha, again, he's gonna try to test his luck here. Overly aggressive on the position, wants to go in for a bit of a spawn peek, but no one's really giving him the clearance for it. They've all gone in for the opposite side. Possibly a push over towards the admin office, but even then, it's just, I don't think they're giving much away. Good positions overall from all the members of Lightning Warriors as they're trying to go in for a bit of a spread here, play for the extremities, play for the windows, maybe catch out any of the defenders off guard, but none of the members of Hasib Warriors, they're playing for these kind of positions. They're waiting for Lightning Warriors to make that first initial move where they give out the noise, and as soon as the noise is done and they give away their positioning, Hasib Warriors, they swing out and just hold on to those positions so that they can take it for free. They have to invest a little bit of a flash or some other forms of util, otherwise they're the ones who keep on falling.
Yeah. It also comes down to the fact that that some of these strats and some of the objective sites on how some of these strats are played from side of attackers are pretty common. When it comes down to see on executive terms, you have to take control of the yellow if you're trying to push down. You have to take control of the 90 hall when you're trying to open up the walls to the janitors. But if not, just play that vertical. And verticality is something which is completely missing in the play of Lightning Warriors. But you see,
That's a thermite gone. That's a thermite dead.
It's gonna be Coco. There we go. The heart breacher. Not exactly the solo heart breacher because still Demon Killer has the secondary heart breach charge up in their play. Oh, Shield completely get disabled. What was that? That was an impact nade. Yeah, that was impact nade coming on from the side of Ta. There we go, it folks. Gonna be a 3v5. And at this point of time, Lightning Warriors are really, really looking very clueless on how they want to approach the defensive strat coming in from the side of Hasib. For sure, they're looking very clueless at this point of time.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of a hard breach opening, but even then, this is not an opening that you would call an opening even. This is going to be a tough one. Drone's pretty much useless now as the Vigil can easily go in for something bigger if they're given the opportunity to do so. Angle's perfect. And so much more better. Hasib, he's going to be the one to go in for the kill. Little bit of a chance and an opportunity. Good shots coming through from Taha. Deals damage and just holds him back in towards a different position. And the members of Lightning Warriors, they just don't have the read that they would have wanted. Extreme gets shut down almost immediately. His buddy's going to be able to pick him up at the bare minimum. That's going to be the pickup sound that's already going through. Taha in the angle for the corner. He goes in for the shot. Then the kill is his. And Avatar just keeps on giving. My God, these rounds are just a little bit too much of a one-sided show as the members of Hasib Warriors, they're just in a league of their own.
At this point of time, bro, Hasib Warriors are just mowing the opponent down. No offense to the side of Lightning Warriors. They were so brilliant yesterday against one of the very, I would say, experienced team. And I was kind of like a little bit shocked that they defeated, the likes of the opponent team that they faced in yesterday. But overall, it just seems like, on how they were able to read on to the entire and analyze the entire, I would say, the strats coming along from the opponent team yesterday, which was the side of Team Dem. They are not able to do so very wisely today against their grand finalist opponent, who of course going to be the side of Hasib Warrior. So I feel like maybe they should take a tactical timeout, which is very much needed to stop the entire momentum play. It's already going to be the very first, the last round here in the attacking play from the side of Lightning Warriors, and the last before the swap from the side of Hasib Warriors. So a tactical timeout is very much easier. What? Huh?
What?
He opened up the hatch.
Accidents?
No, he clearly aimed. No, not an accident. Sight extension and a huge sight extension. Hello? Okay.
This is going to be very questionable to see if this works.
Not questionable. Trust me, Hasib Warriors are just having fun at this point of time. They have their advantage. No offense to LW, Hasib Warriors are just having fun. Trust me.
Source, trust me, bro. But overall, the sources seems to be going in the favor of the members of Hasib Warriors at the bare minimum. But again, big extension, but without the castle, this is going to be a huge problem for them to hold on to. The last couple of rounds that they did opt to go in for an extension like this, it's because they had the castle to just barricade off a lot of these PowerPoint positions. But overall, now it's going to be a little bit more of a different story. Where do they want to push into this? Angle's perfect. It's going to be a perfect opening kill at the bare minimum. Positionally, not really in the best of spots. Masters immediately needs to try and make a run for it. Positioning not really looking to be the cleanest, but at the same time, Baz comes in for the strong trade. That's exactly what you want to see. That's your IQ now getting taken off of the board. That's Demon Killer as well being shut down. That's two players taking the back seat. They still have one more to open things up, but as long as Hasib is just chilling inside of the open area, how do you even want to clear out office? You just can't, because you can instantly just drop in from the hatch and just survive, because they now have the man advantage. They don't even need to do anything at the end of the day here.
There we go, 2v4, very early for the side of Lightning Warriors to kind of like get literally off the trade at this point of time, and this is looking like a very one-sided affair, and this is looking like maybe I don't know. I have to say this, man, as a caster on this. This is like looking like Hasib Warriors have that confidence to win this entire best of 5 in just next 2 maps. because I'm pretty sure this one is going into the favor of Hasib Warriors. This is 4-1, dude. Sinister trying to use up the Candela. The Toxic Babes coming the same direction. It's going to just stop the next push for the next 15 seconds coming from Ying. But Coco on the inside is trying to open up the elevator hatch, which is going to be a little bit late, but they still have 30 seconds left on the clock. They still have 2 smokes, no stuns left remaining in from the side of Coco. Ying this thing will be deployed, finds out the Dreadnought Mine, destroyed him as soon as he sets their foot. But Zetas, and with the C4 damage coming in, he will be immediately taken off from the map. Coco left out in a 1v4. 25 seconds remaining in. Possibly he can at least get 2, but making a clutch with no flash and no drones, I don't think so.
Yeah, it's gonna be a very difficult one at that to try and even get something done with. I think a 1-5 scoreline is pretty much gonna be the reality of this one. Maybe a couple of consolation prizes here and there, but even then, that's just gonna be the one. This is just a difficult game indeed, ladies and gentlemen. And that's what the reality of Siege is from time to time. You just can't really quantify what your opponents can do in a couple of rounds. And mind you, this is a map pickup coming in from the members of Lightning Warriors. So the fact that the Hasib Warriors have such a good read on this particular map just goes to show how incredible this roster is. But then again, you shouldn't really count your chickens before they hatch just yet, because Lightning Warriors, they're now going to be on the defensive side. A little bit easier at the end of the day for any particular team, but with Ace getting banned out from the members of Lightning Warriors, will a possible Thermite be taken off of the board as well, where they just don't want to deal with any of the hard breaches for this particular map?
At this point of time, man, there's not a lot to actually break down, honestly speaking. This is a very straight up like a classic rank game that you usually see in your own matches as well. There's going to be one team just able to dominate and the other team trying to pick up their left out cards that they need to show up in this Ace game. But for now, folks, as we approach the round number 7, it's going to be just 2 more rounds for Hasib Boys to take an advantage on map number 1, which I feel is definitely coming in. But if there's someone who can make this like look like a roller coaster ride and make it a twist in the tail happening, and I feel like it's going to be the side of Master. I have seen that happening in yesterday's game as well. It was 4-0 or 3-0 yesterday.
Possible rehost? I don't think they're allowed to rehost anymore.
I mean, that is something we'll, I guess, Ford will confirm. But yeah, I was talking about on how Master can actually be the leading guy to lead his entire team of making a comeback on map number 1. Yeah,
absolutely. Master's performance has been pretty good, but again, like I kept on telling you this too, right? Like even if one particular player is able to bring in a lot of the value, it just doesn't matter, because your team needs to be coming together, because all the members of the Hasib Warriors, they're incredibly good in their own regard. The fact that Hasib is having a good game, that alone should tell you everything, right? Hasib is normally the chill back guy that just doesn't really do much, and his team just does everything for him, because he's not supposed to be the fragger for the squad. But the fact that he's fragging out of his mind, getting all of these kills, getting the opening frags up in almost every single fight, that's what's really the biggest surprise of it all is. But for now, the members of Lightning Warriors, what do they really want to do? This is going to be tough for them, to say the very least, because not only are they at a disadvantage when it comes down to the rounds, they're also at a disadvantage when it comes down to the manpower. With one of their members disconnecting, they have to play this one through. They don't really have a chance to go in for a rehost either.
Yeah, this point of time, as now Hasib Warriors are going to be the team to be on the attacking side. Let's see their attacking play, man. For the side of Lightning Warriors, we have seen enough. But Baz already taking a control of the stock trading room. No C4s popping off, and that's going to be actually no C4s getting picked. What? Completely missed that. Anyways, that's going to be a very risky kind of like a decision from the side of Lightning Warriors. At this point of time, Hasib Warriors are way more than comfortable on this map, especially being on the attack. Blackbeard is going to be the pick coming in from Hasib, and Hasib knows where to approach. He's going to just drop down, take the entry from the yellow stairs, and just push it all the way to this side. Grim already opening up the breach as they have the control now. Baz going to take down the side of Demon. Master making a rotation back to main stairway, where he will find Doc, though the plant is about to go down. Plant is successfully going to happen, and now in a 3v5 post plant scenario, let's see what LW can do.
Yeah, they're just cleaning up house after this one. One after the other, the shots just keep on connecting. Baz is just able to find all the multi-frags that he needs. Last one already spotted through a little bit of a peephole as now it's all done and dusted. Pretty much over in more ways than one. Baz just comes in strong for this last kill. Beautifully done indeed as the members of Hasib Warriors, they're just in proper control. Possibly a pause will be taken here, but I don't know anymore. Anything can happen.
But if the pause can only happen if someone from we see someone from SRW actually typed in the chat, right? And I guess that they are out of the pause, they are out of the rehost, so they don't have the option to do so. Maybe post, I'm just assuming because I cannot really remember the rehost rules for this tournament
Defenders,
from
protect
what
your
I'm able
bombs
to
from being
recall.
defused by
Uh,
attackers.
in the tier 1 circuit, when there's like qualifiers going on, you have 2 rehosts actually. Even if but it all comes down to the admin decision. But anyways, we'll just leave that discussion to the prod and the management team. But for now, as the prep phase is about to be over in the next 30 seconds, I'm pretty sure that LW has to play this up 4v5 in the last couple of rounds. Actually, the last very awesome because I know how SW is just challenging them by opening these line of sights for a gunfire. For gunfights and doing site extensions like crazy, like extending the basement site to what first 4 archives. Bro, this is just way too. At this point of time, this is straight up just having fun with your team, opponent team. Honestly, they are just having fun. To be frankly speaking.
I mean, to a certain degree, right? But having this much confidence as well is
100%,
it's
yeah.
pretty like it's like a showing on what you expect to happen moving forward in a BO5 series. Already multiple players getting spotted out. They're gonna try to make a run for it. Positions being given away as every single one of the members of Lightning Warriors not really expecting as much. Good overall setup though. I like the way that they opened up the entire map at the bare minimum for this. Rooney needs to try and make a run for it. The position's not really favoring her whatsoever. 2 line scans already utilized as they do have a lot to play for. Already jumping across. Master though does answer back in kind, being able to shut down Bast. Aha, good for the first opening kill. Extreme gets shut down another one, and one by one they're still able to find the frags, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because the members of Hasib Warriors, they're just stumbling their way in towards the side. The blitz still gonna be a problem, still is gonna be in for the opener. Rooney comes around the corner, but Daha is just so good for the finish off. That's going to be a 1-7 scoreline, ladies and gentlemen, for map number 1 as the map of Bank. It has its ups and downs, but good lord, were the members of Hasib Warriors dominant when it mattered the most.
Dominant like crazy. Just only giving one, round to your opponent team, and you're able to successfully just win out back-to-back 4 or 5 rounds. Just tell hell a lot about the sheer potential of this team, man. And I do not have the information whether. Yeah, I do have it actually. I do remember that it was. Baba was telling me that Hasib Warriors was not able to make it to the grand finale. They lost in the semi finale. But at this point of time, Hasib Warriors are just here to win out the second season of Fragnation presents CGX Community Cup Season 2. Let's taking a look at the replays, folks. As you can see on the second half, it was just straight up brutality happening in and coming in from the side of Hasib Warriors. And of course, UB Rock Hell, they do with a lot of the brilliant and the massive quality of life changes coming in CJX. I mean, the audio rework is so too brilliant. The operator band rework is way too good. We do have, Fragnation again happening in coming in for those community cups for all of the teams and the local fans showing so much support for the game. So this was an initiative which was obviously coming in from Fragnation and Ubisoft. So definitely UB rocks 100%.
Absolutely. They've been doing God's work out here for the competitive side here in South Asia, and the teams, they've been putting in the hours as well. You can tell every single one of the players from the side of the Sea Warriors, they put in the extra hours. You can tell from their gameplay, their strat lines, that they're communicating with one another and they're constantly evolving their strategies. This is a pretty much a wild change from what we saw up against Dreadeye as well, because up against Dreadeye, you could tell that the Sea Warriors, they had this form of a marking for their entire team where they were playing well. They had proper setups. They had an idea of what to expect next, but it just never looked this clean. They looked as though they always had a game plan, but the game plan was just never set in stone. But here in this particular map, every single turn that you took, the team just played out of their minds. And this is exactly what Siege is supposed to be like. This is exactly what Siege is meant to be. Because on the map of Bank, it's never this simple to get a very dominant scoreline. Generally, the games just drag on for a pretty long time because one team just cannot really finish each other off. But here, it was a different story. And Hasib being the captain of the team to go 7-3 with Taha on his side, it is unheard of. Hasib, he's back in his prime.
Man, I guess I have definitely appreciated the side of Hasib Warriors more. I don't want to sound so much biased, but trust me, folks. But at this point of time, again, the point where you said that there's gonna be so much of those individual play happening from the side of Master that needs to come up from the every other guy from the side of Lightning Warriors. I completely agree to it, but it needs to start off from that one individual, and the one individual can
Absolutely.
who can really encourage and put up that confidence booster inside of his teammates and give that morale boost. Is going to be the side of Master, and he has to think something through out of this. But for Nafo, that was Bank 7-1 score line, 7-1, not even 7-2, not even 7-3, not even 7-4 that you usually see in a straight domination. A 7-1 on map number 4, on map number 1, which is going to be the side of map of Bank, where you usually don't see a lot of these SA based teams, whether it be Hasib, be Jedi, whatever the teams were back in year 8 and year 7. Bank is one of the actually very high competitive matchups because of the verticality that it has to offer. So a 7-1 on a map like Bank, God knows what's going to happen in the next ones.
Absolutely. We're going to be setting up game number 2, ladies and gentlemen, to see exactly how the map of Cathay is going to be holding up for both of these teams. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more CJX action.
Hey folks, welcome back to the CX Cup Season 2, organized by Fragnation, of course, supported by using Ubisoft. And of course, in this broadcast, this is the grand finale that you're watching in, and the first map advantage has been already logged in from the side of the Sea Warriors, and who are facing up the side of Lightning Warrior. Aggressive, what do you think about it? Do you think it's going to be something different, kind of like a story happening on the second map of, which is going to be Cafe? Or do you think it's going to be the usual case that Hasib is going to just dominate the entire game?
Yeah, we don't really know just yet because I do believe that in game number one, it was a little bit more of a question mark, in my opinion, where you could tell that there was the markings of a really good team right at the very beginning. Yeah, they lost out on a couple of
100%.
rounds, but Lightning Warriors, they had a good foothold, and then everything just started to go straight up downhill. Like they just stepped over a slope and they could not figure out on how to stop tumbling down. Hopefully Cafe is not going to be like that, because Cafe is never a very simple map. There's a lot of different variables that you have to worry about, and the fact that Lightning Warriors, they're going to be starting off on the defensive side, is one of their saving graces. Sea Warriors on the opposite side, though, they are going to be panning out in the Azami. Ram will be taken off the table, and there's a good chance they could be starting off from the kitchen floor. Now, starting off as kitchen, it's good if you know how to play a good vertical. Because we know that Hasib Warriors, they are the kings of verticals when it comes down to side extensions. So if
100%.
Lightning Warriors are able to answer back in the exact same way, wait, never mind. They're taking over bar and cocktail lounge, but they banned out Ram this early on. This could have been a reactionary ban for round number three, but instead they're opting for something like this.
Um, I guess like them banning RAM for sure tell us about that they just don't wanna like actually it's Lightning were to ban up the side of RAM, and for the side of Seaboys they have banned up Asami. But anyways, talking about the side of banning RAM, I mean Cafe on the basement objective and the objective basement objective, especially in when the objective is the first floor, which is not the usual case. Either most of the teams firstly very lastly prefer to go up on the and the first floor objective side. It's very
That's why I
I
said
would
it's
say
a
it's not a,
reactionary ban. Like that's why you use the reactionary ban, right? The third ban that you get. But use it as a first ban is something I don't know. Probably they just wanted to take it off
yeah,
early on the board.
that's what I'm saying. Bram, the blue guy heart breacher the blue guy auto breacher. Sorry, is a menace. It causes you a lot of that audio trouble. It causes you a lot of that angle just getting opened up like anything. So them banning Ram for the very first for the very first operator to ban in on map like Cafe, for me it makes sense. For you, tell me.
I kind of get it, because like normally I always think that the Rams should be much more of a reactionary ban. Let's say you're having troubles in the last two rounds, and that's why when the third round rolls out, sorry, the fourth round rolls in, that's immediately when you pull out the Ram ban, so that you have a bit of an easier time on the defensive side. But I guess I'm overthinking it a little bit too much here. Still a chance though, as already you can tell that the members of Hasib Warriors, they're just dumping their way in towards the side. They do have the first opening kill though from the side of Lightning Warriors, but an instantaneous trade out regardless.
Bomb has been located.
Instant swap overall, as Sea Warriors, they only lost out on their Blackbeard, and that's completely fine, because the amount of space that they were able to gain because of that one life, that's all that you would have wanted.
There we go. They have the control over here as it comes down to the attacking player. See Warriors actually just proving them at this point of time. Taha picks himself Demon King. It's going to be a 3v4. The rotation is going to be very counter upon. And there we go. Taha picks up the second. Master goes down. The key guy goes out. Cocktail Lounge in the control. And there's going to be just one last guy from the side of the Lightning Warriors who was taking up rotation on White Stairs. Immediately gets caught off. And the very first round getting locked in pretty well from the side of Steve Warriors. Now, them being such a dominant force in the very first attacking round of Cafe tells a lot on how they just want to approach the entire bans, because they banned up Mira. Now for the next actually 3 rounds, playing those sides without Mira, playing those rotations on freezers and on the basement as well without Mira, it just becomes very hard, man, without
Defenders,
Mira.
protect your bombs
Now,
from being
if you
defused by
don't have Mira, yes, some of these instances, actually, some of these angles and some of these sides can be really hard to defend upon. But it's not that kind of like a big nuisance which cannot be countered upon. If you do see your attacking team banning an operator like Mira, you can
Oh
definitely
no.
just over abuse the side of Maestro. Don't jinx it, man. I am pretty sure he's just gonna reconnect before the action phase starts. Telepathy me, he's gonna reconnect, all while the Lord reconnect.
I don't think even if he reconnects, he's gonna be able to load back in. So like, rest in peace.
Oh my.
Call for a rehost? I don't think they're calling for a rehost. I mean, partially we are safe, but at the same time, I don't want this to happen because of 4v5 once again. It's just, you don't want to be in a situation like this. Like, it's tough, right? The Sea Warriors, they're just being served this on a silver platter because members of Lightning Warriors yet to pull off a possible good setup here, as now this is a tough spot and a rough situation for them, already doubling their way in. Taha being a menace to society once again. I'm going back into the past once again here, ladies and gentlemen. Taha being on this blitz. I still remember when we were doing the Bangladeshi tournaments that Taha on the blitz was just a hard target ban for pretty much everyone in that entire tournament.
Taha getting back on its roots. We do see for Tara. Apologies. I thought that it was Baz. Trying to make up on his base went onto Breadcrumb. Immediately
Yikes.
gets picked off. Good kill and good pick from the side of Coco. You just cannot challenge SMD11 like that. The toxic babes out there, but Demon Killer will finally take out the side of Taha. And that was a vertical kill if I'm not wrong. Yeah, that was a vertical pick coming on, and that is some sheer good play happening in from the side of Lightning Burst. And this is how you actually play a site like this. And it's good to see them analyzing and assessing the entire situation. 1 minute 47 left on the clock. And two of the very big nuances have been taken care of. This comes in, the audio cues kicks in. He does use the side of Blackbeard, but as Hasib is also playing on shield, Taha was also playing on shield, it becomes so hard for the side of Lightning Voice to counter out these shields in play. Because the only operator, if you don't have these trap guys on your side, the trap-based operators on your side, it's going to be Coco. And Coco is already playing one with the toxic breaks right up in the objective pass. Picks on the side of Solution. Now it's going to be a 2v3. We do see a little bit of that peekaboo happening in from the side of Master. Maybe he can actually go on for a really long rotation all the way from the Christmas market, but with the 1 minute and 5 seconds, just very less time remaining in the round, that might be a right call to do so. There we go.
That's just going to be a pretty good adaptation play coming out from them. Last one's already spotted here. Oh, Choco. Now what are you going to do to try and turn this one around? Because the Zeeb's still alive and kicking here on this Blackbeard. He can easily play for the space if he wants to. But with the positions already revealed, this has just gone from bad to worse pretty much at any second. He needs to be the one to make that first initial move. Elysian Mind's going to give a slight bit of information that the players have already worked their way in towards the site. Possible plan to come out as well, as they need to be careful on what to do next. Back protected at the bare minimum, but Z-Ducks could easily go in for this kill, but playing this one smart. Position's already revealed here. Over towards the side of Freezer, they heard the sounds, and for Lightning Warriors, never mind. They may just be the ones to turn this one around. Choco! Possibility for clutch was there, but Exodus just kept his cool, calm, and collected nature. Didn't really give anything away. Good flick and a half to make sure that his team doesn't turn this one on the wayside. 0-2 as the player has now returned, so it's finally going to be a 5v5 on the map.
Even though it was not a 5v5, Lightning Warriors almost got the side of Hasib Warriors. So it's good to see that kind of like a improvisation coming in from the side of Lightning Warriors. And again, as the the old timers say, slow and steady wins the race, and I completely agree to it in a lot of my life values. So yeah, slow and steady wins the race. Gonna be the approach that Lightning Warriors needs to take. On what really sturdy mindset that they need to have is like, you just cannot lose map number 2. I mean, if you lose map number 2 on the map of Clubhouse, Hasib Warriors getting defeated, I don't see that happening. Blatant, you can call me biased on the mic. I don't see Hasib Warriors losing on Clubhouse because I have seen Hasib Warriors just just making that kind of freaking dominant play that nobody has seen in the entire Southeast Asia. But for the side of Lightning Warriors, they need badly they need this victory badly on map number 2. Yes, you can just allow yourself to rain on that momentum play. You can lose a couple of after round number 4 it's all fine, but after round number 4 gets started, after the second ban, after the second set of the operator ban comes in, you have to start winning those rounds. You have to start showing your true potential against the side of Hasib boys. Oh, did you see to some of the doors getting open? But Hasib wants peace. Takes down the Fragger guy, Master, who has not even picked up a kill yet. 0-3. Smokes are getting picked out. No more toxic babes left out in play. Extreme gets the kill on. But now you gotta watch out for the booby traps, my man. But there we go. A 4v4.
A little bit of a mind game here already. You can tell that Hasib, he just keeps on wanting more here. This man wants peace, that is for certain, and he is not afraid to make sure every single player in his path will get shut down for him to achieve that level of peace. Players already present in coming in from the back. Good rotations overall. Demon Killer is going to be able to shut down Hasib and bring him back down to earth. Still opportunity presented. Demon Killer on these rotations. It's just beautiful and perfect to watch. Overcommitted just a little bit there. Exodus, he's going to be the one to shut him down. And now it's all up to Taha and Exodus. They have the hard breacher and they also have the Thatcher to try and open up a bunch of these walls. But they don't really have to worry about anything. At the end of the day, they pretty much have all the openings that they would need. But the kills and the man advantage still need to be present. A little bit of a sound and some form of audio cues is what they need to really get a good zero in on the locations that they're really worried about here. But for now, at the end of the day, hits already coming through. They have the first part of information coming through on the drones as well, but this is not really looking as good as you would have hoped for. As Taha's positioning already revealed, they know exactly where the last couple of members of Hasib Warriors are, and Lightning Warriors, I do think that they have the proper read on what to do next on this one.
3 versus 2. 45 seconds left on the clock. Taha Zegis is very low on HP. Does have no more echo thermal charges left, and again, we don't have the option to actually go for stun and nades and everything. And ace. Oh, Taha! Got the kill on Sinister. A good read on that, but still, Extreme does have. Oh, he hasn't placed a bulletproof cam on the prep yet. Hello, Extreme, are you serious? Coco gets the pick on Kaha, and Extreme also picks the side of Zegis. A good round, finally coming alongside of Lightning Warriors. And this was the play, and this was the round that they really needed. And you know what, folks? This has happened after what, 6 and 3? Oh, this has almost happened after 8 freaking rounds if you count that map number 1. After straight up 8 rounds, it's the first time Lightning Warriors has picked up a victory in a round against that of the C1 Fleet. Now, the momentum play will get affected. Not really. C1 still has got it, but there we go. The real bans comes in. Ying getting a target ban from the side of Lightning Warrior, and also Valkyrie getting banned up from the side of Sea Warriors. Things are about to get way too intense.
This was a very smart ban coming through from the members of Lightning Warriors too, because Ying can be such a problem when you're trying to hold onto Reading Room and Fireplace because of the amount of vertical plays that you can go in for. Plus, with the Ying, you can easily throw out the Candelas from those verticals and allow the players that are coming in from the bottom rooms a lot more of an easier entry point if you are not careful. But at the same time, worrying about a lot of that is going to be something for the past later, because another big point that we need to make for the members of the Sea Warriors is the fact that they banned out Valkyrie. The Valkyrie ban just makes these roams so much more difficult to pull off, especially with Demon Killer, because Demon Killer, yeah, he has been roaming not on the basis of the Valkyrie camps, but having a Valkyrie in the arsenal, especially when you're extending your sights over towards that first floor entirely, you want to have that extra bout of information, because without that information, you just cannot make those informed plays anymore that you did previously. You need to play a lot more risky, and if you lose out on any one of those gunfights, you almost have nothing to fall back on.
Yeah. 22. Did you see again after? I would say the first set of ban was, I would say, pretty viable one, to ask me honestly. But there we go. Ying has been taken out, and especially when you don't have Ying, it becomes really hard to actually push on a map like Cafe, the second floor side. First floor and third floor, every other operator in the game is more than enough and more than pretty capable to take down the basement on the third floor side.
Attackers
But
have
for the
recovered
mining
the
and dining becomes a little bit hard. That is going to be a little bit of that problem happening in for reading and push down. Sorry, push down side of mining dining, or maybe push down side of reading area. Try to get control of the very big pillar area. It just becomes a little bit hard. There we go. Castle gets spotted. He's going to pick the inside of Master, and it's going to be a big pick again. Master not taking an opening pick on second map. It's going to be a big, I would say, a problem coming up on side of Lightning Warriors. Master needs to step up. Needs to kind of like play it a little bit cool, play a little bit passive. But who knows, folks? We are just casters on this. You just cannot anticipate every other move and think what exactly going inside of the players' minds. But for now, gonna be the very first. Actually, I need another good pick. Serious playing on that. Demas can definitely death mark on the side of the roamers, which is going to be the side of Extreme. But there we go. The Extreme gets taken care of. They're still pushing on to him. It's gonna be grim. We've got that SMG in hand from the side of Mute, and they has to pick down. Oh, he actually got the kill. He got the TPNO. He has to go in and confirm he is in the site. Where the other players at? He got the confirmation as well. And this is a straight up uncoordinated play, man. This is a straight up very bad coordination getting shown from the side of Lightning Warriors. Straight up.
This is not really a position that you want to be in. This is a tough call, to say the very least. To see Warriors, you already made out on a lot of those mistakes that were given. And now it's just like dropping like flies. Lightning Warriors, what was the game plan here? You had a good read at the end of the day, but the Sea Warriors, this has just been that story, right? Where Lightning Warriors are just not really able to find a lot of the victories when it comes down to those singular gunfights. A team that is so reliant on those individualistic gunfight plays just not being able to find value in that way, that's not what you want to see. And maybe a little bit of a pause being taken here could be the answer that they need, because they're making a lot of very, how do you put it, very generic mistakes that can be easily fixed by just communicating with one another. Yeah, I understand that you're just not really able to win out on a lot of those singular one-on-one gunfights, but trades exist for a reason. So at least if one of you die, the other one's always going to be ready and prepared to go in for a refrag.
100%. And it's not just about the trade game, it's not just about the overall positional play happening in a little bit more on the very right side, but I feel like this is the same part which I said earlier, man. Hasib Warriors have played way too much of competitive Siege to just, analyze and assess on what's going wrong, what's going good for them. But, Death Mark, again, Demas comes up with the Death Mark utility. It's great to see Demas getting utilized in our region. When I don't have, usually seen, and, a lot of the teams like Hasib Warriors picking up Demas, but it's great to see new operator also coming in the mix. Not exactly new, he's almost a year old.
Yeah. The only thing I hate about Demos is the map that he added into the game, but that's pretty much it.
Bro, trust me, I used to hate Demas a lot. I don't know, I don't like these very advanced tech operators in the game. It's just my own preference. But when I played with it, and I play most of the time solo, no friends, but I love it now. I love it on how Deathmark gets utilized so very well in these 1v1 situation, and when you are especially trying to hunt down the roamers.
Yo, Exodus. Oh, it's pretty much taken away for free. He didn't even track onto any of these players. Good couple of shots though. Hasib is going to be able to shit down two. Multi-frags already coming across as the members of Hasib Warriors kinda playing the map as it happened in map number 1. This is tough. And all the members from the defensive side, they had to give this one up. That's an empty site for them. And they can easily go in for the plant from the diffuser. Positions already being given away at the end of the day too, as Hasib Warriors, they pretty much have free real estate to do whatever the hell they want.
Yeah, at this point of time, it's just, LW just figuring out every other round that what's going wrong, what's going right. At this point of time, Hasib Warriors knows, and very, let's say, ins and out, and every weakness and strong traits coming alongside the team of Lightning Warriors. But there we go, folks. It's going to be the very last guy remaining in. Demon at least gets one final side of leaders. He does hear the drop down though. He gets the double. It's good to see him at least getting these, not exactly exit frag, but getting these frags, which is almost very much needed to start the clutch. But there we go. Fatah is going to be on the white stairs, picks out the final kill. And I'm just kind of not very happy with the score line getting shown from Lightning Warriors. Don't get me wrong, but this is a very another one-sided affair, man. Very one-sided affair.
We're gonna have to see where this is gonna go here. Tough to say the very least on what to really expect coming through from the members of
Attackers
Lightning
need to
Warriors
locate
as a
and
possible
defuse the bomb.
adaptation, but I don't know. This is gonna be a tough call for a lot of the teams at the bare minimum too, as there's not as many answers as you would have hoped for from the members of Lightning Warriors. But if this is how the BO5 is gonna go, we're in for a pretty short series at the end of the day, because if Lightning Warriors are not able to mount up a proper defensive hold here on out, like this round is pretty much their do or die, right? Because
10 seconds
stuff
left.
is not going to get any easier when you're on the attack side. Cafe on attack is notoriously
5 seconds
difficult if your team doesn't have the synergy to pull it off, because that's where your team really needs to have that proper utility usage in mind to make those changes happen. And look at the play that the members of Hasib are going to go in for. They have that sense on the board. They have a blitz as well. They're just going to try to full send this blitz over onto Narnia to make this one work.
What?
Hello, Extreme? He just took a frostbat and he was moving it around like a mirror window? Oh wait, no, that was the shield.
Oh, very random, and I will not call this lucky, but very random. There you go. Star picks on Side Sinister. It's on a 3v5. Coco has to stop the entire push coming alongside Choice, but he doesn't have the C4 remaining in. You see the small bakery push coming alongside, but ooh, Demon Killer picks Hasib, please. Hey, Hasib, you just get hurt. Every time, just go in and get the pick. Pause? Okay, that was a confirmation. Apologies. But there you go. The flash comes in. He's gonna just deny that flash to. And but Taha he has the flashback still upon the side of Coco. He's gonna get that very easy pick. Taha Fatar making his way back to the side, into the side. And for the other two defenders, they have to just put on the time. We do see the flank approaching in, coming in from the side of Demon now. It's gonna be just 1 minute and 45 seconds left on the clock. Maybe the flank can actually be used very widely. But Master picks on the side of Fatar. It's a 1v2. Taha picks on the side of Master. He's had that info on Castle, on the double door, but it was an open angle from the common breach area, from the 90 hallway breach area. That's going to be the second round, going for the side of Lightning Warrior. There we go.
It's gonna be a tough call. This is just so hard to try and dignify, because Lightning Warriors, how did they win this round? There is no situation in this entire universe where you lost out on two of your players. You had your Frost walking the angle with a deployable shield. It was a 3v5. It was a 3v5. Bullet. 3v5, and then this happened.
Yeah, it was
You
more
can't
like
make this.
Hasib Warriors kind of got a little bit, just a little bit hurried, you know. Hey, we are winning this. Let's just push and get over with this. They just kind of like rushed onto it, and it was a very clear case of, defensive team having all of the idea and having all of that intel and the information where these guys are coming in from. Yes, the last castle kill was, I would say, pretty a smart play to open up that angle on the 90 hallway breach. But apart from that, was just Hasib Warriors just trying to be a little bit, just acting a little bit rushed upon, you know. But for now, folks, as the second half kicks in, now Hasib Warriors gonna defend for the next 6 rounds. It's gonna be Lightning Warriors to be attacking on the next, next attacking. Attacking for the next 6 rounds, sorry. But yes, as Hasib Warriors has that advantage, Lightning Warriors have just only secured 2 rounds, and this is kind of like on the same instance and the same, I would say, the pattern which has emerged, which we have seen in map number 1 as well, Aggie. This was the 4-1 scoreline where Hasib Warriors just kicked in and got that 7-1 victory, and just like one more victory being taken care of, being taken and being secure from Lightning Warriors, you know.
Absolutely. Gonna need to try and go in for that slight bit of change up though. As now being on this attack side. Where do they want to go with this one, Hasib? they pretty much have a much more of a better setup on the defensive side. We've seen this come out from them. They do have a lot of information because of the IQ of where the exact position on a couple of these shots are going to look like, but and then it's going to be tough. You have to be careful. Choco, he took a lot of the engagements there, but not really able to finish him off with the SMG-11. That's going to be the first opening kill that they needed, and that's a big one at that. Being able to shut down the mute this early on just puts a real big damper on the overall setups that they are generally known for. Drone not yet destroyed. The Twitch able to survive for just a little while longer, and now they're just gonna need to hold. Positions are good coming through from the members of Lightning Warriors on this particular round, and as long as they have the setups going for them, I don't think they have to worry about anything else. They do need one more kill though to really open up a lot of these sites, and they're trying to fish this one out. And you can tell that Choco, even though he's low on HP, he's not afraid to take this engagement.
Yeah. For now, we do see Hasib Warriors. We did saw Taha being a little bit more aggressive, being taken care of. But for this point of time, it's great to see Mastro Idealize getting picked up. And in Cafe, back in years, not in year 6, sorry, year 7, year 8, it was a very common pick to pick up Evil Eyes on a kind of like a big map where you have more than actually 2 floors being in there. But Deemup is already on the turtle. Bas, Fatara gets picked up as well. Deemup with a very good kill on the double, but he'll be traded off immediately from the side of Zedus. Now it's going to be 2v4. A great attacking play and a great, I would say, that initiation happening from the side of IQ, but Hasib gets the pick. Coco also gets the pick on Hasib, but immediate trade fire. Zedus is going to be the last guy, and LW picks their victory after a really long time against the side of Hasib. And that was again, after 3 rounds consecutive back to back. But there we go, a 4-3 score line. Slowly and steadily is going to be the call, and that needs to happen slowly and steadily, honestly, folks. But only time can tell. Hasib still has, I would say, the defensive advantage. Again, I always say, in Siege, it's the side of, defensive side to just wait for the attackers to come on your angle. But when it comes down to a map like Cafe, where you have too many vertical options to approach from, it also comes down to be on the defensive play, to just remain very scuppered on some of these angles, remain very kind of like non-flexible on some of these sides. But there we go, folks. We are just going to watch the next couple of rounds to just make an assumption, or maybe just watch and talk about the stats on how maybe if LW can pick this map number 2 victory and push this to map number 3, or it's going to be a straight up HW taking advantage, straight up 2-0 advantage in this best of 5.
I'm gonna need to see where this one goes, because the way that Lightning Warriors have been playing, their gunfights looking to be a little bit more cleaner, and you can tell that as a team, they are really reliant on those first opening frags. That last defensive round pretty much was something else, but this time around, it seems as though Hasib Warriors, they want to go in for this earlier hit. Extreme, yeah, sadly he does get disconnected though. That's gonna be a rough one for them to try and get back from. Already the round just started and it's a 4v5, so Hasib, just take it slow, because Exodus, you don't need to take this peak anymore. You already have the man advantage that they were looking for. But maybe, just maybe, there's still a chance for him to find something more. Everyone playing towards the roof side, as you can tell, that a little bit more of a vertical sided approach from the members of Lightning Warriors, as they want to gain some information before they want to fight for the space. But the thing is, they're putting all of their eggs into one basket, and that's not how you're going to be finding value here.
Yep. For this round, of course, they have to just proceed on with the 4v5. They don't have any other option. They have to just go on with it. And in a 4v5 situation, it becomes really hard to take the control of the piano, then decide who's going to be the 3-speed or the 2-speed attacker to push down from the white stage to take that 90 hallway control. Sorry, the white hallway control. It becomes really hard. As they do have Monty, which gives you the full body shield advantage, they can maybe take the control of piano first. If they take the control of piano first, you have to also disable the C4s happening in vertically, but we don't actually see any of those C4s playing in plate. But meanwhile, that's going to be Fatar to pick up the pick on Master. Was that a pick on Skyline?
What?
Loading new mag.
That was.
That probably was.
There we go.
This is gonna be a bit of a problem as they're actually dropping down and they're fighting all the frags here. But even then, they're able to find the trade-offs. A little bit too close for comfort. Last one's already spotted. Position known, and Taha just comes in with the super shorty to go in for the final shot. Beautifully done, ladies and gentlemen. As that is how the members of Hasib Warriors, they do get the 5th on the board. Yes, of course, they didn't have one of their members present on the map, but Lightning Warriors still don't know why they haven't called in for the pause, but for Hasib Warriors, I don't think they're complaining, and I do not believe he's going to be able to load in before this. This is going to be tough because you don't have one of your players once again. You have to play another 4v5, and oh no, he just joined in as soon as they all readied up. Oh, wait, he's able to get it. That's perfect. Okay, 5v5. Okay, that is good. That is good. I forgot that you can still lock in like that even at the very end.
Yeah, but it will be a random operator. You just cannot get the operator of his choice. It will be a random operator. Now, when you are on the attacking side, yes, you can still change it because of the recent changes. Not exactly recent, man. In year 8, you can still go for the attacker repick. But when you are on the defensive side, it becomes a kind of like a gamble that which operator you're gonna get.
But I do think that like the Nomad pickup is still gonna be pretty good for them here, especially with the amount of roams that the members of the Hasib Warriors are going in for. So playing this one smart is gonna be a crucial point for them to play into. But let's just see where this one goes, because overall, not really looking to be in those proper lines of sight here now, are they just yet? As Hasib Warriors, they're looking to be in a little bit more of a different light at the end of the day, as they do need 2 more rounds to really turn this one on its head.
What?
Masters, though,
Nice.
does catch out Hasib. Hasib was just trying to be a little bit cheeky there, and that's going to cost him his entire life. But overall, I think that his team is still going to be able to pick up from this regardless, so let's pick things out right.
Yeah. Taha being on the kitchen cooking. That's gonna be just taken care of from Sarah Master. Whoa. From the past 2 rounds, as we can do see Master picking off one after another.
Changing mags.
Master playing the classic sledge, the vanilla operator, where you get the hammer, the sledgehammer, and a lot of the vertical side switches are definitely much needed. The bars over here trying to play from the bakery angle. Maybe trying to find someone back near. Oh, very correctly connects. Even out to limit of the damage to stop the initiation being done from the side of sledge. There is just 3 operators left from Hasib Warriors, 2 C4s, which can actually take at least 2 of them in the attacking side. But they still have to wait and watch. Oh, Taha actually gonna pop that C4 as I do speak, and no connection being made.
Fuse is gonna be able to find a lot of value here too at the end of the day. It's a lot of good positioning. Taha, regardless of the amount of pressure, you can see that he's not yet ready to give this one up. Baz is going to be able to find another big kill at that at the end of the day too. Still chances presented as Fatar just going nuclear here on the positions of Kochek as well. They do have all the kills that they need. 3v2 across the entire map as the members of Lightning Warriors none the wiser for it. They don't know the exact positions of these players just yet, other than Fatar, who was just chilling on the side of Kochek. They're able to hold, and as long as they have the positioning sound and ready, there is nothing in this world that can try and stop them. As you can tell that Fatar, he just has the position set up and ready and done. As on the opposite side of the spectrum, they're going in for the kills, and Taha, he just finds a free double. That's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah, man. At this point of time, this is becoming kind of like the play which is almost getting showed from the side of Lightning Warriors, but also comes down that Hasib Warriors, even though when they are left out in 2v4 or a 2v3, they're like, bro, just bring on to us. No problem, we still got it. But there you go, as we approach the very match point where Hasib Warriors can pick up this victory and make this a 7-3. We do see the next set of bans, and that's going to be Fenrir and Flores. Makes sense. Flores is a very very nonsense operator which can trouble you from any other, I would say, given position from any other time if he still has his rotator drones left. But for the Fenrir man, it's pretty obvious that Lightning Warriors are a little bit irritated from
Attackers
those
need to
dreadnought
locate and
points.
defuse the
It was the
remaining
same in
bombs.
Bank as well, and the same in the on the map of Cafe as well. Now we do see the site getting picked up. It's going to be the second floor site, the reading room and the dining area. Now is one of the hardest sites to defend upon. But let's see what Hasib Warriors can do
Bomb
on
located
a
by
site like
attackers.
this. Because again, this is going to be a match point. It's going to be the second map advantage if they're able to do it a 7-3 but aggressive. Do you think this can be overpushed to overtime from the side of Lightning Warriors, or do you think it's going to be a Sea Warriors to seal the victory on second map as well?
10 seconds.
I mean, looking at the way that the Sea Warriors have been playing, would you be surprised if they're the ones to really take this one? No, because the Sea Warriors have shown a lot more urgency in their overall setups and the way that they've been going in for a lot more of these hits. But in a lot of ways, you can tell that it's been one of those setups where Hasib Warriors are just in proper control. And when you have this level of control and this level of urgency to finish out on a lot of these maps, especially when you have a player like Daha who's just always so prepared to go in for fast hits like this, you lost out on your Grim. That's a Grim now gone. Mind you, the Grim is one of your best info gathering ops that you could have had to try and take over a particular space or position. And without it, you're just kind of stuck on an island now. You need to face check everything and have your drone work be absolutely perfect. Any misplace on the drones and you're just not going to be able to do much.
Let's see, man. Hasib. Oh! He did do a run out!
Steve,
Look!
are you okay?
He gets punished though, but Master very late reflex. Oh my
Stop, just jumped out as well. Bro, it's like run out central. Yeah, and he's still able to get out.
He's still alive.
He's looking for more. Backups here. They're able to get it all around the corner. Outside again. He's trying to go in for the hit, and Taha still finds it. A triple kill to his name, and he's probably gonna end the map in offense style. Last player already spotted in position. No, Taha with the 4K, ladies and gentlemen. Hasib Warriors, they end off map number 2 in style. Cafe is their playing ground. And this was the world of Taha, and we were just living in it.
World of Taha, well, the world of runouts where Lightning Warriors are just not able to understand where these runouts are coming in from. I mean, what in the world, dude? I don't know what to say. In the last round, you just cannot let any of these, defenders to run you out like that. I'm speechless, bro. Trust me, I am speechless.
Yeah, you just cannot quantify what could have happened on the server here, ladies and gentlemen. Could have gone in on either direction. The plays being made by both of these teams, they were just sublime. And you can tell that the pressure was on, but in that pressure, you could tell the members of Hasib Warriors just had the better individual players. The pressure is where this team thrived, and the pressure is where this team just kept on giving. Each and every round that passed, you could tell that the players that we had in front of our screens just were on a different level. But that's kind of where it all ended, right? Like, Lightning Warriors, they had shines and moments of sparks of brilliance from here on out, but it just wasn't really enough. Even when the odds were stacked against them, 3v4s, 3v5s, Hasib Warriors just had that better turnout potential, where their team was always prepared to make those risky plays happen together as a squad, not just as individuals. And when it came down to the individualistic plays as well, they kept on delivering. There were certain rounds that never should have gone in the favor of Hasib Warriors, but they did, just because the members of Lightning Warriors couldn't really play for the long game. Siege is a game where the tactical side is just as important as your gunfights, and in a lot of ways, the gunfight potential that the members of Lightning Warriors were showing, it just wasn't enough to go up against a much more well-rounded team of Hasib Warriors caliber.
100%, man. Overall, I would definitely say for a fact that we just saw an adaptation and the improvisation coming in from side of Lightning Warriors, a little bit here and there, but it's just not enough to stop the entire play and the sheer amount of, I would say, the experience that Hasib Warriors have. Hasib wants peace 7-9, Cetus 9-7. I see what Hasib was now trying to do. He just wanted to have a balanced KD. But anyways, Taha with 15-6 in map number 2. On the side, it wasn't the side of master this time around. It was the side of demon killer to do a lot of the heavy lifting when it comes down to picking those frags. It's great to see them now stepping up after every other round, trying to adapt to the entire scenarios. But it's just not enough, man. Was game number 2 just getting taken care of from the side of Sea Warriors, and they do have to just like shut this down on third map. And it seems like from the looks, like from what it looks and from what the entire team of Sea Warriors are just able to put such a good show on their both attacking and defensive rounds. It's
Absolutely.
very hard to say if Lightning Warriors can win map number 3, man. It's very hard to say.
It's gonna be a tough call. Going back to the drawing board, just figuring out strategies and figuring out setups. That's exactly where members of Lightning Warriors have to go towards. But for Receive Warriors, a little bit of a chance of victory, but don't let the confidence go to your head, because map number 3 is not gonna be getting any easier. It's just gonna get even harder. But as we're setting everything up, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to check out all the links down below in the description to see exactly what other events that we are hosting for you guys on the Discord. So make sure to join up on Fragnation, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going to be waiting for map number 3. And don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with a lot more CJX action. And welcome, 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 ladies and gentlemen, to this Rainbow Six Siege X Community Cup Season 2. Of course, brought to you and organized by the Fragnation and supported by Ubisoft. We're now here for the possibly final map of this BO5 extravaganza, ladies and gentlemen. Map number 1 and map number 2 was a little bit more, I would say, one-sided, going in the favor of Hasib
100%.
Warriors, as Lightning Warriors just didn't really have the metal to really make it work out. And that's rightfully so, because we kept on talking about this particular team too, right? Because Lightning Warriors are just not really a team that has that potential in them just yet. And that's why we have season number 2 right around the corner as well, right? Even if you lose out
Yes,
on this
sir.
particular season of Lightning Warriors, you still have season number 3. You can bounce back even stronger. You can use all of the experiences that you have gained from this particular season to make yourself even better. Because to make it over to a grand final stage like this, especially with the CGX Community Cup, you've showed your improvements from season number 1. And in season number 2, the fact that you're in the grand finals, that means that you have a pretty good shot of taking that championship title for yourself if you play your cards right. And season number 3 could just be yours to win. Or even you guys back in the audience, it could be your chance to win, to go up against these greats.
Yeah, man. I mean, season 3 is one to watch out for. Registrations are already live, folks. So make sure that you have joined up the Fragnation list of all the further activities as well. We have the Steelers show where you can submit your best clip. We have the meme competition. We have the dual siege 2v2 showdown going, and of course Siege X. Thermite getting banned from us, Warriors. Okay. Both of the main heart breachers are out of this map for now, up to round number 4. For now, from the side of the defensive team, for the defensive band, from the side of Lightning Warrior on the map of Clubhouse, it's going to be Kaid and Azami getting straight up banned. But overall, we do see for the fact that Mira is going to be remain untouched. We also see Valkyrie getting remain untouched, and Valkyrie has been already logged in. Cetus has gone for the Mira pick. So I'm not really sure about the Azami ban, but a Mira ban would have been much more viable, in my opinion. What do you think, Aggressive? On Clubhouse, you definitely kind of deny and destroy Mira Black Meter, sorry.
10 seconds left. 5 seconds left before insertion.
But for now, I guess I cannot hear you, Mr. Aggie.
Reloading!
Anyways, folks, we're just gonna continue. For now, there's going to be, as you know, folks, as you can see in the overlay as well, it is the side of Sea Warriors who have already,
Audible now?
Yeah, we can definitely hear you now.
Okay, thank you about that.
Yeah. So, my simple question, man, do you think Mira, leaving Mira untouched in the ban is a good option from the side of Lightning
Not at all.
Warrior, given what has happened in map 2? Yeah.
And then forget about the fact that the Mira got through because of what happened in map number 2. Look at the bans as well from Hasib Warriors. They banned out Ace and Thermite. You do not have any way of breaking these mirror windows anymore. Like, these mirror windows are going to be living rent-free in your head for God knows how long. And this is just going to be one of those realities. Beautiful shot coming in from Baz, though. He does get shut down almost simultaneously, but the thing is, that's your Valkyrie going down. And the Valkyrie cams have already been placed out properly. Good amount of bandit tricking being done on the opposite side of the spectrum, too. This is perfect overall for the setups here. As the members of Lightning Warrior now, they need to try and figure out on what to do next, because you lost it on your Nomad. That's going to open up a lot of different flank options for the defenders to really go in for, but because of the logic bombs being utilized by Master to deter them from going in for anything bigger, they can wait this one through. This is smart at the end of the day, and this smart play is what will really give them the edge moving forward.
Yeah, it's gonna be a straight up good trade, and not exactly a good trade, but a good way to just equalize. But we do see the extra heartbeat charges getting used up, and that is the problem. It does open up a space, but it does open a very small space. C4 getting tossed in, can connect at least though, and actually gives a little bit of the damage to both of them equally. 60 for Sinister, 50 for Coco, playing on a Monty. And now Zed is Fatar and the Seep. Just gonna make sure that nobody pushes out on the logistic and bedroom. There we go. Fatar picks on that Demon. No more capped out bolts getting played. Last 35 seconds remaining in. And now it is going to be the side of Lightning Warriors. Have to change their overall rotation. Have to change their overall approach back to the construction site.
Yeah, it's never that simple now, is it, my Master? Good shot. Instant shutdown here. The Clash getting a little bit too dicey in the positions that they were already trying to hold on to here. This is going to be tough. That's going to be the opening kill that caused all of this to happen. A big gap in the overall defensive setup, and the fact that they were being a little bit too overly aggressive is going to be the costliest of things. Exodus in towards the corner, and Master comes in for the final clutch. Last 1 second to go in for a clutch like this. Cool, calm, and collected. That's exactly what you need. Master finally showing his worth and coming alive for his team when they need him the most. Finally, we see a little bit of an ounce of life coming through from the members of Lightning Warriors, as they are not yet ready to give this one up just yet. And they're willing to keep on fighting and keep the ball rolling in their court.
Oh, I don't know, man. I know this is the start of the third map, but folks, we have seen what has happened in map number 1 and map number 2. So, that I don't know, man. For the side of Lightning Warriors, they need to kind of like set the tone for at least up till round number 4 until the next set of operator bans comes in, because this pattern has already been I would say analyzed and assessed from the side of not analyzed, it's a particular, but improvised upon from the side of Hasib Warriors, that they just need to, you know, give a little bit of that confidence that Lightning Warriors are ahead of him. But as soon as the second set of bans comes in, or even after that, after the first swap is done, attack and defense swap is done, Hasib Warriors just kicks in the 6th gear and just make sure that they win the map on a 7-1 or a 7-4 score line or 7-3 score line. But even though Lightning Warriors with a good start on round number 1, let's see what they can do in round number 2.
Smart, and the way that you play is going to be the name of the game for them. The Hasib Warriors, they kind of understand what happened and why they lost out on that last round. Is because the Clash just went in for a very unnecessary pick. That pick alone is just what's really going to bring them back down to earth if they're not careful. Keep the push going and keep the ball rolling in your court. This is the name of the game here, ladies and gentlemen, for a team such as this. So now that Lightning Warriors have tasted victory, they're going to be hungry and they're going to be gunning for even more. Possible opener here already over towards the bottom floors as they're trying to go in for the hit. Choco does take a slight bit of damage at the bare minimum as he's trying to make this entry over towards the side of Kitchen. As the calm before the storm does come through for both of these teams, as they're trying to fight for information and kitchen control, yet to be fully established, but for now, they're taking their sweet time for the setup.
Yeah. 1 minute and 35 seconds remaining on the clock. We don't see any casualty being taken or being given from either side. We do hear a little bit of that touch and miss on the kitchen area. The impact nades will be used, but even though after at least the second one, those keyba pages will be denied completely. But carrier pellet, sorry, not the keyba pellet. I mixed their arms, but Nitro getting pre-placed. I almost thought that this was going to be a good connection. We do see Zetas getting spotted on back in the strip launch, so he needs to make sure that he either wastes the entire time of both the attackers pushing onto him, or he at least get a kill.
Yeah, there's no way he's going to be able to get out of this one alive. Especially with a blitz just running towards you like that full speed. That's always going to be a problem. Possible blitz ban could be coming through in the following rounds if they are not really reliant on countering this one out. Because if it was anyone else, I'm pretty sure that the Malusi could have lived there. But up against the blitz, it's just tough to try and get out for free. Good positioning overall. Hasib, he's going to be able to find one with Baz on his side. They're looking for more. Positionally, it is good. And that's going to be the timing that they needed. Good, perfect kill over from the sideline. As I do believe if they do get this canister break, he's just completely done for. There's no one really to save him. Is going to be able to find out the last as well. Beautiful shots indeed. That's all that they needed. 1-1, ladies and gentlemen. As members of Hasib Warriors showcasing exactly why they are the iron walls when it comes down to holding down the basement side. And their undefeated record on basement just keeps on holding up.
Not just about the undefeated record on basement, actually. They have, I'm pretty sure that they have an undefeated record on Clubhouse. You do remember that what they did in semi-final 1 up against the side of Team Dim. So, Deadeye, sorry. So, I
Absolutely.
don't.
Need to locate and
I
defuse
with
bombs.
now having the sheer momentum run that they got on map number one and they got on map number two, it's really hard to say for a fact that by playing something like this strategy
Activating camera.
being laid off from Lightning Warriors, I don't see them pushing this at least to round number five or number six. I'm pretty sure that's going to be not a six, sorry, pushing this to round number 10, round number 11. I'm pretty sure, not sure, but it's pretty evident that this is going to end up pretty soon on the favor of the Warriors. I don't want to discourage or sound biased, but it is what it is, folks. At this
10
point of
seconds
time,
to
Sea
go.
Warriors are just stopping any brutal force, or I would say brute force coming in play from side of LW. It's the classic shielding player, or those intel-based operators like the KB getting in play, LAN getting in play. Everything that they have tried has been just denied from the side of HW. But for now, round number three, get started it. Let's see what they can do before the next set of operator bands can come in.
We'll have to see how far this is gonna go. Superiority is where it's really at. Baz, he's gonna be able to find the first, and that is big. Opener already being given away, and what are you doing, you Sinister? You're trying to break the barricade with just the multi shield in hand. A lot of very basic mistakes. The members of Light Warriors, they already had such a good start in round number one, but here they're just, how do you put it? All of them just died in the most individual way possible. There was not even a single situation where a trade could have come through.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going wrong. I don't know what's going right. That is going to be the song that I need to sing right now. Coco and Extreme. Left out in a 2v5. We do see Coco on the first floor lobby. Same the same is on for the same locations where Nomad is at. Air devs can do provide that wide till flank safety when it comes on, because as this is a 2v5. But this point of time, maybe we might see just a straight up Baz or maybe Hasib just pushing way too aggressively onto the face of Himana. There we go. Fatal comes in. Coco takes a little bit of the damage. There we go. The pick comes in. Now it's gonna be a 1v5.
Yeah, that's gonna be a flawless one at that. Yikes. These rounds are just bleeding out round after round, time in and time out. This is not what you want to see coming through from the members of Light Warriors whatsoever. We're making a lot of very basic mistakes, and these basic mistakes are just piling up on top of one another.
Yeah. It's just becoming very hard here for them. Honestly speaking, it's just becoming very hard for them. And honestly, I feel like uh, it is more on like that is on how they are just not able to were not able to win map number two. I feel like if this would have been a little bit closer, like looking like a 7-5 or a 7-4, hell, even if they have lost in the overtime,
Defenders,
they at
protect your
least could have
bombs.
got that
Defused by
that
attackers.
confidence that they needed. But before that, I don't see this going anyway. Happening that roller coaster ride that maybe we might see the side of LW Lightning Warriors picking this victory, picking this, pushing this to equalizing it even further.
I need to see where this goes to from the other side of this. Because Hasib Warriors, yeah, they have a good foothold for the map. But then again, we also do know that they do tend to get a little bit too overexcited from time to time. So that overconfidence could be the thing that the members of Lightning Warriors are banking upon as well. But there needs to be a very significantly big mistakes for all that to really happen. But for now, take it slow and take it smart, I would say. None of the members are yet to really go in for the openers just yet. No real over aggressive peaks whatsoever from the members of the Sea Warriors, so any form of an early advantage already being nullified, and the chances for Lightning Warriors to win out on this round looks to be a little bit more higher at the end of the day, but even then, Scopos could just cause them issues.
Let's see, man. For now, Those early elimination needs to get stopped from the side of LW. We do see Monty straight up challenging both of the players playing on catwalk. Oh ho ho, Sinister. Just remain a little bit careful, my man. We do see the side of Taha also playing on the Clash Shield. He's right on the CCTV room. Not a wise man. What a not a wise decision to just run all the way to challenge this Monty on Garage. But there we go. Coco takes on side of a seat. That's gonna be Doc going out with his teams in play. Now is that we see the side of Clash coming all the way to challenge Monty. Shield versus Shield. That's all I want to see in for. But they remain. They need to remain very careful and very attentive that just behind those shields of Monty, anybody can come and challenge you for a gunfight and take you out immediately.
That's kind of what the reality is going to be looking like. Another chance, though, as you can see. Clash, an absolute nuisance from the sidelines, but Baz, good for the kill, threads the needle beautifully. They're able to shut down one, and now they're looking for the fight. Another chance presented. Baz going in strong here. He's able to find two. They're looking for the last over towards the corner. They're not really going to be expecting it. One more player over from the sidelines trying to run this one away, but the Clash still alive and kicking. Given the chance and opportunity once again, be the nuisance that you were meant to be here. Sinister needs to try to make a run for it, but look at the backup already being given towards the players. They know the positions, they hear the sounds, and they're just able to find it out. Good shots as well, Fatar. Once again, just being the one to thread out the needle. Like, look at this beautiful play coming out from him. With just a pistol, the level of difference you can tell from the mechanical skill is just much more present on map number 3, especially when the marathon it's right at its ending moments. You can tell that the much more experienced players on the side of Hasib Warriors just are a lot more in tune with their mechanical sense as the game just keeps on rolling.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
As we push down to the round number 5, folks, it's going to be side change again coming in. It's going to be the lockers in the basement area, which can be not a little bit high, but a straight up a very defensive sided, side coming on a map like Clubhouse. But also, they do still have the caster in play. We do see actually Taha playing on those booby traps. But hey, don't get me wrong. Comparatively on who's picking up the most amount of trap operators, it's gonna be Sea Warriors. Since map number 1, they have been picking up Pelusi, they have been picking up Fenrir. Yeah, we did saw Extreme, or maybe it was Demon Killer, picking up those Kapkan as well, but that was just limited to Kapkan. I even didn't saw Fenrir getting picked up way too more often in terms of LW picking those trap based operators. But hey, it's part of the game, so they have to do it. But just saying, just observing and letting you guys know. Round number 5 underway, folks, and let's see. Even if on how everything has happening in the past 2 maps, maybe things have a little different. Boss challenges them for gunfight through the garage doorway, and he gets immediately take a lot of damage though. He has to pass that information. The team is already in the back pit. Oil pick right there. He gets the first pick on Fatah. That's a huge pick, by the way. Both of the players. IQ is gonna assist him at 2. Abana opening up those blue hatch. You see a whole lot of pressure being taken up very quickly on the side of Hasib Warriors. As Fatar is out, yes, the Thunderbird TV stations, the Kona stations have been already placed, so no more problem with that. But the man advantage is definitely something gonna cause a little bit of that trouble for the side of Hasib Warriors.
Absolutely. Don't know where this is gonna go for this one, but still always a little bit of a problem here and there. Especially when you are down one particular player, but this is a saving grace for the members of Lightning Warriors. Never mind, I take it all back. The saving grace already being taken away as the man advantage that they could have had all taken a slight bit of a back seat, but positions already known and ready. Oh my god, he's not even moving a single inch here. Absolute nerves of steel to stand in that position, especially when getting pre-fired by a player of Zedux's caliber. Doesn't lose his life at the end of the day, so it's not going to be hurting them as much. But the castle trying to barricade up the entire side, just make it a stronghold that they cannot easily cross. But they still do need a kill. The defenders can't really sit in these positions for that long. Positions being given away. That's going to be Exodus being able to find the first. Little bit of a change up. Still a chance for them to try and get the clutch onto this round. Positions revealed. Baz is going to be good for another kill of his own. And never mind, this is down over to a 2v2. Positions already being given away. And it's a perfect hold. They're able to hold things down for as long as they possibly can. And in this 2v2, as long as Sinister is in a position where he can't really find an opener, this is going to be perfect for them. But instead, it's going to be Master and Sinister who open up the entire side. Beautiful shots coming in from Sinister in that position. And Master was just able to capitalize on the moments of confusion. 2-3, ladies and gentlemen, as both teams showcasing their prowess on the map of Clubhouse. And finally, Lightning Warriors, they're showcasing to us exactly why this team made it over to this grand final stage.
Definitely kind of needed, very much needed on how Lightning Warriors are just getting stumbled upon, just able to fall short where it's almost needed. So thinking on the whole overall strat play and the pattern, and it's more of like the stats that needs to be played upon, that you have to at least take out one guy very early, especially anyone from the side of a Sea Warriors actually coming in to challenge you for a gunfight. You just have to win the gunfight and take the guy out. After that, you just need to make sure that you open up the classic the to-dos that you need to do. Open up the hatches, open the possible line of sight. If it's a basement, you push down from the oil pit, you push down from the main stage, you push down from the kitchen hatch, and just like that you can actually take out the side of Sea Warriors. But that was just a one round. All of these possibilities, all of these chances, all of these takeaways can be improvised and adapted from the side of the Sea Warriors because they're a much more experienced team. Now in round number 6, we do see Castle locking out the kitchen area, locking out the kitchen overall stats as well. So let's see what's going to be in play.
Don't know just yet where this is gonna go. Oh my god, they know the exact position. They heard out on the sounds. And of course, the drones are gonna give away all of the information. That's gonna be Lightning Warriors for you, ladies and gentlemen. Finally finding the openings that they need. And Hasib Warriors maybe giving a little bit too much away. And taking things a bit too aggressively. It's gonna be costly if you're not careful. The drone work is just so beautiful coming through from the members of Lightning Warriors. It just allows Masters to just go in for these kills for free, pretty much. And look at the speed at which the pacing is going to be looking like for them too. They're finding a lot of the frags here. The openers are present as the Sea Warriors still able to find the kills. Positions are better. Master does take a little bit more of a backseat. Jocko tries to go in for the kill, but he's just not going to be able to find it. Trades galore coming in from either side. Down over to a 1v2 here already. And now it's all up to Taha to go in for the big plays. The man, the myth, the legend, the one that has clutched out rounds time in and time out for the side of the Sea Warriors, now being put on the spot once again. But because of the amount of time that's already being present, there's so much to worry about here. 1 minute and 40 seconds. And for a Frost to go in for something big here, this is going to be a tough call.
100%. Just have the advantage of the deployable sheet, to be honestly speaking, but the yellow pings have been given away. So Taha does know the location of Extreme playing on the Memorial hatch, and for the side of Matter, he probably doesn't have the info that somebody's trying to push on from the Memorial room. But Taha's position has been
the yellow
away. Oh, actually, both the players have pushed on from the side of the Memorial room, and they do now have the control of the church. One guy will go in for the plant, the other one will try to just secure the angles in the post-plant scenario. He does have the information, does gets the audio cue where you're looking at Jackal, but there we go, the air job gets triggered. Now he has to push from back on the hatchway. Possibly can take down Nomad. He has to see him. He gets the first pick though. He gets the first bullet damage though. Immediately you take out the fire extinguisher over there. Gonna cause a little drop that trouble for 2.5 seconds, but there we go. Another round coming up in a victory. A little bit of teabag happening in from the side of LW. There we go, folks. A fun banter is all that we need. The fun times is all that we need. Now the equalizer comes in. The round score getting equalized, and this is the first time in the entirety of this best of 5 that LW is able to equalize the round score. There we go.
This is exactly what we needed as well, coming through from the members of LW. That fast change, the momentary lapses of decision that we were really hoping wouldn't happen on map number 3. We finally see it being put onto the limelight. As we do see that the members of Hasib Warriors, they want to try and put a halt to a lot of the over aggressive problems and the possible bandit tricks that could be coming through from the members of LW. Mute will be taken off the board. Kaid is also being changed out. Blackbeard will get shut down from the members of Lightning Warriors. So this is working well for them, to say the very least, as I see that the positions are good at the end of the day. But then again, having good enough positions is just not going to be enough, because there's so much more that you need to think about and worry
Attackers
for
need to
as
locate
well.
and defuse bombs.
You're able to cover your bases by shutting down the Blackbeard, who could just rush you forward with just a couple of nades in his hands, but because you don't have a bandit and a Kaid, your hatches and your overall reinforces are just a lot more weaker at the end of the day. This will force the defenders to play a little bit more aggressively, or just be in a position where their overall set plays will just be a little bit more on the dicier side at the end of the day. But for now, going for the reset here. Don't really play for anything risky just yet, as this is an equalizer situation, as Lightning Warriors finally showcasing to us exactly why they are a team that really is reliant on those individualistic plays. And we saw the team play and synergy really coming onto the light when they opt to go in for those rotations. It's Clubhouse. Much more of the vanilla maps is where this team will really start to shine. I don't know where they're gonna go in for this next.
Yep.
Timing is everything. But as you can tell that the drone work, knowing the members of the Hasib Warriors, they're not gonna be risking much. They're gonna clear out the entire map, go in for a much more double-pronged approach. Clear from the very top and then move towards the very bottom. They don't want to leave anything to chance. As this is a basement site, they do have the opener that they need, and with all of the drones giving them the clearance and the information that they need, they can tell that Lightning Warriors, they don't really have that big of a roam other than that one Legion who's just chilling on that second floor.
It's also comes down to the side that this is the kind of like a right start that not the right start, but kind of like a beginning of the entire comeback that they needed for the side of Lightning Warriors. But for the side of Hasib, also marks that you just cannot intimidate your opponent like that. Coco picks the kill on Zedus. Ash, what I don't know what she was exactly trying to do in Garage, but there we go. We kind of missed that POV over there, but it's all fine. You see the side of Hasib once piece lurking with the diffuser. Oh, Taha gets a great pick on Demon with a vertical disadvantage. Demon, okay. Anyways, 1 minute and 10 seconds remaining in. Oh, the hatch is already open. Even though why then Legion was playing on the top floor, does make sense to me. Coco gets the final pick. Takes the second pick actually on the side of Atar. Now Coco will be like, hey, if you wanna jump in onto construction, I have a C4, I have a new jammer. This can definitely block all the drone waves coming in. But to take on the side of Mute, you need to do this. Oh, good job, Mute. Or maybe that was an accidental spray. I don't know. The way he just denied that gunfight was amazing. The C4 gets popped. Then he gets a little bit chaotic. And Baz will finally take out
They
the
don't
side
have time.
of Coco.
They need to make a run for it here already. They don't have enough time. 26 seconds left on the clock. They need to make this entry point happen pretty quickly. Vertical plays finally being given. They need to clear out the different positions at the bare minimum. But as long as they're able to hold and survive, this is going to work out well for them. 15 seconds left on the clock. The siege meta that we all know and love is going to happen once again. W key their way in, try to get the plant going for themselves. Siege around the sledge around the corner, opens up the wall. He does find the plant at the bare minimum, but no, it's just not gonna happen. Not enough time, and the members of Hasib Warriors, they took way too long to make sure the roam clear happens for them. Choco just surviving for that long and just being that much of a nuisance. Hasib Warriors, they just couldn't get the clearance on him fast enough.
Yeah. Overall, I would say a great play happening in from the side of Lightning Warriors. To especially have to give kudos to the side of Coco, who was playing on the
Attackers need to
construction.
locate and defuse
He
the
actually
bombs
was
they
able to do
can.
what was completely necessary. He was able to just do what was completely needed. Just making sure that he's just gonna waste on the time by playing in on the second floor construction area. But he was able to do so even after he was able to pick out two players, two of the very important picks actually. So it's a great way to just waste time, and that's your role actually. You just don't need to pick out the kills as when you are trying to roam with, and especially an operator like Newt. You just need to waste on the time of attackers and not letting them plant plant the diffuser or the bomb site in the remaining time left.
Gonna have to see where this one goes for them. As for now, it's a waiting game. See how the members of Sea Warriors are really going to be adapting on this particular round. They made a lot of very significant mistakes, and those mistakes are slowly but surely catching up to them. Losing out on a lead like this, it's going to be a little bit of a problem. Flores does have the drones to just open up a lot of these castle barricades. That has been a constant nuisance for them in a couple of these rounds. But Hasib, low on HP, needs to try and for going in for something big. But Baz immediately gets shut down, and Master, he's just pulling off a miracle here. He's going 13-3. Master, the guy's nearly got a 5 KD going for himself. Never mind, he's probably gonna get the 5 KD. He got a triple kill to his name right off the bat. The Aruni is just an impossible force for them to deal with. Now looking for even more. Lick shots already coming across, and Master, he's not yet ready to give anything up. He's looking for the ace, and they're probably going to give it to him. Never mind, Sinister is going to take it away from him, but even then, Master's performance of this particular round can be felt.
Yep, Master. Like I told you, Master is gonna be the guy to actually lead his way to the victory for his team. Demon, don't get excited, but Fatah gets to pick up Master. Demon's already out. That's gonna be a 1v3 as the guy is already down out on the open, but he just cannot go inside and get the pick though up onto the rooftop over there. So he just needs to be a little bit calm and composition. Let that the guy bleed out and get the confirmation onto you. If somebody goes out and get the guy revived, you can just pick out the kill. But for now, Fatah's going for the road. He has much of the time left on to make this 1v3 clutch. Actually, a 1v5 actually, apologies. Because if he does so, it's going to be a 1v5 clutch. Demon is back on his feet, by the way.
This might be a tough call, as a little bit of pause will be called out for the following round, it seems. But overall, it's just not looking to be as clean as you would have hoped for just yet. Positions are good, though. I would say the members of the Sea Warriors, they just are being disconnected, to say the very least. They're not really taking the fights in together. And again, they're relying on those individual gunfights. Yeah, the individual gunfights from them have been looking pretty good previously, but now that Master has just heated himself up to the point of no return, you can tell that overall the team has just taken a complete 180 to how they're taking approach for a lot of these fights.
Well, this round is also going into the favor of LW for sure, and it's gonna be the very first time in the entirety of the last two maps that we have seen, that LW is able to take that advantage and also able to take that back-to-back 2-round victory on their side. So it's great to see LW Warrior picking up. Now 5-3 now. It looks like it. Hasib Warriors momentum is getting braked one after another in every other round, and now this is going to be the sheer amount of that, this is what I was talking about again, man. Aggressive. Master is going to be the guy who can put down that morale boost. Master is going to be the guy to lead his way to the victory parade, and also going to be the guy to drop bodies on the floor like anything. So kudos to Master for showing that true potential, and I got the information that he's the team captain from his team. So there we go. Captain leading his team just like how he's supposed to do it.
Absolutely. Being the game changer for the squad and being pretty much the one who really brings his team back onto the arsenal. That's exactly what you need. But to go 13-4, mind you, on the scorecards, that is unheard of. Master's performance for this particular map has been breathtaking to see, and I see exactly why. Previously, you were telling me on his game yesterday, he was like game changer for the team. To have 36 frags, as you told me?
Yeah,
or was it
32 to
26?
32.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
No,
it's
no, 36 to
32
32
frags.
in two maps.
Yeah, that is just insanity to say the very least. To get a stat line like that in two maps just goes to prove that you as an individual player can just carry your team on your entire back. But then again, how long can you do so, especially up against a team of Hasib Warriors caliber? It's a good thing that he is going to be on the defensive side where he can leverage out a lot of these advantages. But if Hasib Warriors are able to take this round away for themselves and get those bans online, shut this Mira down, or even shut the Azami in, it could just work out in the way that you would not have expected. And like this entire game could go in either direction because of this one very reason. If Master has a good game, you know it's gonna be tough for Hasib Warriors to close everything out.
I feel like Lightning Warriors do have that chance when I say Masters picking up, but everybody needs to from the team needs to follow on the same role. Everybody needs to just decide for a fact that even if you're not able to get those frags when you're trying to attack, when you're trying to defend on a map like Clubhouse, where I see Warriors is definitely untouchable. You just need to play accordingly what your IGL says so. But for now, folks, here at the CGS Community Cup Grand Finale of Season 2, and where the map action is right on map number 353 is a scoreline where LW is picking up the pace. SW still has a map advantage, two map advantage actually. We're going to take a short little break and we're coming up with a further action very shortly. Hey folks, we're back to CJX Comedy Cup Season 2, organized by Fragnation, of course supported by Ubisoft. This is the D-Day, the finale game between the side of LW and Hasib Warriors, where we have already seen Hasib Warriors locking out horns and securing 2 maps back-to-back at 7-1 and 7-3 respectively. But on the map of Clubhouse, which is the map number 3 aggressive, things are taking a different turn.
Absolutely. Initially, we thought that this was going to be another victory from the side of Hasib Warriors, but instead, this is a completely different story where the turnaround is seemingly going in the favor of
Yeah.
Lightning Warriors. LW not yet ready to give up, taking a 5-3 for themselves, and the shots that are connecting from their side, especially with Master having a phenomenal performance at 3 KD, mind you, to his name. Not a 3 KD, actually, 3 point. Quick maths is not working for me today. Anyways, a 3.3 something. 3.3 something in his
It's
favor.
okay.
I do. No, 3.6. Yeah, 3.6 something along those lines, going in his favor. So we're just gonna have to wait and see where this one goes.
100%, man, 100%. Now, it's all.
It's a
comes down to this
3.5.
one, folks.
I'm so dumb.
Yo, relax.
No, quick maths.
Fine. ठीक है भाई. Anyways, folks, round number 9 comes down to storyline. It's either going to be the side of HW to make this up and shut this down on map number 3, Clubhouse. Make this a record-breaking. Well, it's a CJX. This is a new game, by the way. So, a new record being laid out. I'm not sure about what happened in Season 1 finale. New record for sure to shutting this down on a 3-0 scoreline. But it also comes down to the fact that right now LW are on a great momentum run. Great picks, great back-to-back shots, great back-to-back denials coming in their defensive play. So it all comes down to the question that if Hasib Warriors are able to attack wisely and smartly, as the side is going to be gym, bedroom, and vault.
Sending drone.
Just see where this goes from here on out. Positionally, in a little bit more of a worse spot. You need to be careful of where they go next. Because they do have a slight bit of an opener here, but the thing is, having a solo Ibana to open up on a lot of these walls, with Vitar being on the opposite side, could just cause some problems. But even then, the reality is still present. Does take a slight bit of damage over on the side of Sinister, but that's completely fine and dandy. They're playing this one smart and they're doing this one well. So overall, they look to be in a good position as the members of the Z Warriors. They made a lot of ground here already. Good catch over towards the side of Demon Killer. It's going to be the opener that they needed. The thing is, they can't get a little bit too complacent in the positions that they're already in. Still a chance and opportunity presented. Fatar, good for the kill. The control of the spray was present, and Fatar, even with a weaker weapon, he's going to be able to make this one happen.
Oh,
C4 does come through to try and cause a little bit of damage. Position's given away, but Exodus is just so much faster on the trigger. And utilizing the pause to its fullest degree, the members of the Sea Warriors showcasing life once again. Going in for the shots, finding all of the kills. They're looking for more. Mira already spotted, positions given away, and the last
Nice
one
one.
already known and done and dusted.
Nice.
This is the round that they needed, and a good round indeed for the members of the Sea Warriors to get themselves back in towards the game, but they cannot get way too complacent in the positions just yet. Now with the bans rolling on through, this is going to give the members of Lightning Warriors another opportunity to put a big damper on the overall plans of the Sea Warriors. But the thing is, the Sea Warriors, they found a lot more of a problematic play coming in because of that mirror. So the mirror ban being used here, as an adaptation shouldn't be that big of a surprise for us. Well, never mind.
Let's
It's
see,
going to be
man.
a
I
friendlier
mean-
instead.
Yeah, but hey, in terms of the adaptation play, who else who can do it better than Hasib in this one, man? They have played Siege competitive games like more than anyone at this point of time. Sure, a lot of members from Deadeye, but they actually defeated Deadeye in this competition.
Attackers need to
So
locate
it all comes down to this one, folks. And a further couple of rounds are going to be way too crucial when it comes down to round number 10. It's gonna be going all the way to round number 14, round number 15 to the very last one because unlimited OT is not in play. Consider the fact that if Hasib are able to win round number 10, it's gonna be a 5-5 where things will take a different turn. As round number 12, it's gonna be a new set of bans coming in. The bans will get reset one more time. But Taha locking that blitz. You see Hasib opting out that Nook in charge, picking up Buck because you know it, folks. Gonna be a little bit crucial when try to open the vertical lines of sight in the kitchen area. But for the side of LW, it's gonna be a great fit from the side of Master to actually play Castle. And you know what? Aggressive, a little fun fact. He was able to drop bodies on the floor with that UMP yesterday. And you know how UMP is such like a, we call it the pellet gun, the classic plastic pellet
true.
gun.
I mean, those plastic pellets, if it hits the head, it's still a headshot, right?
But
So,
yeah,
like-
but even though, bro, the damage is still very low comparatively you see in other guns. So,
Absolutely.
you know, kudos to him for picking those picks with Castle.
He just has really good crosshair placement at the end of the day, and that's what's really giving him that edge. But Taha now gonna be the one to cause some problems here already. He's just doubling their way in. Now the roam clear is a little bit more on those different sides. Positions already been given away. Hasib, he heard out on the footsteps, and that's Demon Killer, who now did give away a little bit too much space. That's going to be painful to say the very least. Once again, opportunity presented. The members of Lightning Warriors, they could be in for a world of hurt if they're not careful. Choco taking up massive amount of damage here over from the opposite side, and he's going to be the one to get caught out because of it. Taha just running around, being a menace to society over from the opposite side. Hasib is going to be able to shut down another one. Ram just opening up the entirety of the floors from the side of Kitchen as well. And one after the other, they have all the advantages that they could have wanted. And they have 1 minute 30 seconds left on the clock to make this attack happen as well. Ample amounts of time to make this one work, but maybe giving away the middle advantage a little bit too early. They need to be careful on what they do next here. Take a deep breath, take it slow. You're overcommitting for a lot of these positions, and as long as they try to take their time with it, I think they will be okay.
They're trying to rush it down. Hasib Warrior are trying to rush it down. For sure. No doubt about it. Got the diffuser back in control. They're trying to push on the shirts here. They do have the blitz, but they have to take care of the blue room as well. They don't see anyone pushing out the blue. Blitz can possibly take down. And there we go. 14 crossfires like anything. They get the final blow. The scores are back equalized, but now this time around, this is being done from the side of Sea Boys. As we proceed down round number 11, it's going to be a 5-5. It's great to see, man. The adaptation coming in from both sides. If we just leave down map number 1 and map number 2, which we cannot actually, Viren Sharma, you cannot say that you cannot count map number 1 and map number 2. But it's great to see LW and HW both giving each other the hard work onto the face.
Yep. They're giving each other a run for their money. That's exactly what you want to see.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
Master now going on back onto his signature here, the Aruni. One particular character whose weapon has been a big thorn in the sides of members of Sea Warriors, but they still have to worry about a lot. It's only one player that's really causing a lot of the problems here. The Demon Killer is yet to really prove how much he's going to be bringing onto the table, especially with these roams, because yeah, Master, he's going to be good for maybe 1 or 2 kills at the bare minimum, but those 1 or 2 kills, if they happen after his teammates do die out, it's not really going to be much of a chance for them to come on back into this. Castle is going to be opting for a little bit more of a deeper position, and as long as they're able to hold, they're going to be able to do a lot here. But we talked about this in the past as well, that even in situations where they do have a proper read and a proper setup, because of the way that Hasib Warriors are really playing for a lot of their advantages, it's kind of tough, especially now that Hasib has opted to go in for a knock instead. So this is going to be an even more interesting affair. The cams are no longer going to be able to spot him. He can play as aggressive as he possibly wants and just be a nuisance to society pretty much, especially with the different positions now being taken out. Taha, he's going to be on this blitz and just constantly run things down forward as quickly as he possibly can. That's going to be Baz with the opening kill. That's a raid boss now gone from the server. Master taking a backseat like this early on in a round. You know that this could just all but be over. for the side of Lightning Warriors.
100%, man, 100%. And things are looking very good for the side of Hasib Boys at this point of time as they do get the double pick. Possibly trying to go for the third one as well. It's going to be a very early 3v5, man. Early man advantage are just being given away, to be frankly speaking, to the side of HW. And possibly get the pick. Castle being a little bit hesitant to not drop down and go for the aggressive pick. He needs to make sure that his laser doesn't get spotted on the pick over there. 3v5. The attackers are still trying to find a way. It's good to see them taking all the time, but they need to make sure that Coco, who's playing on the second floor, gets taken care of. Coco gets the pick on top. This is what I was talking about. Shield is getting taken care of, and now he do see the rotation. We do see him taking back the rotation to the launch from the grass toys. He'll go back to the side.
Good overall setup here from Choco. He's going to be able to survive here. Survival for the fittest is where it's really at. Positionally, I do believe that they have all the information that they need now. Zami already spotted as well over towards the corner. The drone able to survive for some reason. Gonna be able to find a little bit of an opening. Full breaches now coming in from either side as they're just looking to hold. The drone's giving them the info, but they need to capitalize on it pretty quickly. 40 seconds left on the clock, as the hit needs to happen soon because time's bleeding away and you don't want to be in a position like that from previously. As Jocko tried to go in for an over-aggressive engagement, he's going to be losing his life for it. Down over to a 2v4. Ample opportunities to turn this one on its head. Positions are perfect and they are better as Extreme is just getting bombarded by the level of utility that you would not really have expected. Sinister good for a kill. He's going to be good for the second as well. Plan does go through. Nasib still alive and kicking. Going in for the last kill. Position yet to be known as Exodus. He's trying to play this from the top, but Extreme, he's going over from the top rope, and I'm pretty sure that Hasib has gotten the read for this one already. And it's the teammate's position, not known, not ready, not whatsoever, because Exodus just has the better angle to go in for this kill. Beautifully played out round, coming through from the members of Hasib Warriors to take match point, and to play the map of Clubhouse, possibly to its fullest, to mount the comeback that we didn't really expect, because Lightning Warriors, they could have been the ones to close out this map, but instead, Hasib Warriors, after that one pause, looked like a completely different team.
And definitely that pause is completely, I would say, kind of favoring the side of Hasib Warriors, where pauses like that, disconnect timeouts is all fine, folks. But able to utilize it and able to take advantage of it is something that a lot of teams are able to do so in our region specifically. But overall, it's a great way to see the readaptation happening again and again from the side of Hasib Warriors, whether it's be the Hasib going on that Nook play, whether it's Taha playing the shield, whether it's actually Baz. We have seen, Baz pick being the fragger guy from the past two match days that we have seen. And now he's playing on those Lion, he's playing on those Breach Chargers. Everybody's just able to adapt to different scenarios and different operators when it's utmost needed. And this is something which has also been the case from the side of LW, but numbers also tell you sometimes everything. Master is right now 15-7. Other guys 4-10, Demon 10-10, 3-10. Oh, sorry, Mr. 6-8, Extreme 4-8. So those picks really need to come in, man. Those gunfight needs to get one from the side of LW. And rightly when you said earlier that there's like a huge kind of like a gap coming in the mechanical skill, for sure I agree to it. I agreed to it very on the first day when LW was playing against the side of Team Dim. But today, it's a different total story.
Yikes, Choco. He's just out in the open pretty much. And he's going to get caught out for it. The drones are just going to be the thing that clears them out. Positions are revealed. They already know exactly where the last couple of players are going to be holding from too. Good drone work at the end of the day, but a heartbreaking situation indeed for the members of Lightning Warriors as they need to try and find a possible answer for this. Exothermic charges to open up the entire walls too, as this is just going to put even more pressure on the defenders to try and turn this one on its head. Good setups though, I would say, in one way, shape or form for the members of Hasib Warriors, as now they can just take their time. The castle no longer being present on the board, Masters still being in the server is going to cause some problems for them because Master alone has been the biggest problem for them. And you can see all the members of Lightning Warriors, they're stuck inside of the site. They're afraid on what to do next. They're not going to be taking a risk, and a possible bunker could just work out well for them, but relying on just a bunker to give you a victory, you never want to be in a position like this as a defender.
100%, 100%, 100%. Before having the advantage, Master picks the kill on Ftar. I mean, I'm kind of like just shocked of a Master playing very. I mean, Demia was pretty strong, but landing those headshots is something that it's hard, man. It's really really hard. Don't get me wrong. He's getting those kills with the DMR when he's playing the KB. He's getting those kills from Castle. Getting those picks from DMR again when he's playing on Aruni in the defensive play. So I don't know, man. This guy is built different. Possibly a little bit of that chemistry needs to be bonded over again and again from his team, so everybody can contribute it equally when it comes to the frag side. But we see Legion making his way from the main stairs. And why are you running again, Master? There's not really needed, but anyways, that's gonna be Hasib playing a big demon. Comes up there. Extreme picks a pick on Hasib. Now it's gonna be a 3v1 back-to-back flag at the flanks. Actually gets the double. I don't know about where's the guy on the turn is making entryway or not. He's not able to anticipate where the bar is at. And there we go. Demon picks the third one. And now it's going to be another overtime.
First overtime here, ladies and gentlemen, for the entirety of this grand final stage. There's no other better way of ending this one here, possibly, or even sending us over onto map number 4. You can tell that Lightning Warriors, they are here to try and take this victory. They're here to try and make sure that this win goes in their favor. And they're not going to be giving this one up anytime soon. For Hasib Warriors, though, on the opposite side of the spectrum, this was just a little bit too slow coming out from them. They needed to play it a bit more risky. And the thing is, when it came down to the last 40 seconds in a round, they just started to panic. And you can tell that the team just were not on the same page. They got the advantage early on, but that was early advantage, especially on a basement site. Doesn't always translate into a possible victory. Risky at the end of the day. Those risks really showcasing that sometimes just not going to work in the way that you would have hoped for. Positionally, though, let's just see where this is going to go next, because the way that the game has been going, both teams are just neck and neck to one another when it comes down to playing Clubhouse, and it's all about that first initial bout of momentum. Whichever team is able to get a grasp on how the round is going to play out and what the flow is looking like, they're instantly able to control where and how the enemies are really going to be moving around the map. And this is especially true for the members of Lightning Warriors, because Lightning Warriors look to be a team that really rely on that momentum. But with a full stop to the momentum like this could just be good and perfect coming out from them. A little bit risky here as they're looking out on multiple different spots, but the double kill does come in, and it's going to be Baz. He does find the first, but Master instantly answers back in kind. Positions are perfect, but this is a little bit too much. There was no reason for Taha to go in for a peek like this up against Master. You know that he's been a big thorn on your side, and you still take that peek. The confidence going a little bit too high for the players. As now, the members of Hasib Warriors, they're left to link their wounds. They do get the cams from the side of Lightning Warriors as a consolation prize, but even then, that's just not what you're hoping to get. You could have had the man advantage, but instead, they're looking at this.
Yeah. It's not even about the show history. It's more about on how, things can be a little bit kind of different from the side of Hasib Warriors. 3v2 do have the man advantage. I think usually advantage as well. They don't. Actually, they have just one C4 and not for this kind of. But anyways, that's going to affect the overall situation right now. So I guess we're going to see one of the key guys go off. Also gets taken out like Extreme. That's going to be a 1v1 boss. Has one of the logic bombs left. He just needs to get in close. But before they're going to deploy that logic bomb, that vibration sounds. That's going to give away the location though. He immediately disables it. Playing on 90. Now he knows it's going to drop with a flash. Going to push him from the other angle. A zombie a little bit out of the sight. Why are you running like that again? Oh my goodness.
He had no idea where he was going. You can't blame him for that. That's going to be a beautiful utilization of the flash too.
100%. But you just placed that Azami over there. You definitely know in for a fact that he cannot peek from a normal stance position. When he's standing like that, there's definitely going to be a push when the guy's trying to peek you from the eastern side, when he's dropping up a flash from a left angle, he's definitely going to peek you from the right angle. It's pretty normal. Don't get me wrong. He literally placed an Kiba barrier over there. Anyways, folks. It was about to be LW's round, my man. I feel like it is. It should have been LW's round. Ah,
Well, it's a good clutch though. You have to give it to Baz to just really
100%.
take a
100%.
Baz just played that so beautifully. Perfect
Beautiful, man.
utilization of the logic bomb. Utilize the information to instantly throw out a flash. Utilize that flash and then momentary confusion to just instantly go in for a turnaround and go towards the
100%.
opposite side. It seems as though another disconnect has gone through now from the opposite side. Hopefully, he's going to be able to reconnect. But both of these teams, they're just neck and neck. One more round away for the members of Hasib Warriors to finally turn this one on its head, and they're going to be playing on the defensive side. Now, the real question is, with Church and Arsenal Room being the one to get picked up here, I am a little bit worried on what we can expect from the members of Lightning Warriors. Because Lightning Warriors have had a pretty rough time trying to go in for an attack onto this particular site. So if it was any other, there could have been a chance for them to take this victory here and possibly go in for an overtime win. Because there's too many variables whenever you're going towards Basement Church. If you lose out on control of that vertical position as you're trying to fight for it, it is going to be very difficult for them to try and reestablish it. Zero will get picked up to give them some extra bits of information. Trim is also going to be on the table. Yeah, all of it is there, but the Sea Warriors, they have showcased a lot of proficiency on trying to stop it in almost each and every turn.
Hasib Warriors back on match point. Gonna tell you a lot on how this entire situation can even Steven and played. Either it's gonna be an 8-7 victory or it's gonna be a 7-7, and then we now push this to the very last round that is going to be played in this BO5 series. I don't know. It seems like both of the teams are playing on the best level, and there are gonna be small minor mistakes, especially being done from the side of LW. But we will just talk about it a little bit later, and we'll take a short little break here at the CGX Comedy Cup Season 2 Grand Finale, organized by Fragnation, supported by Ubisoft. Don't go anywhere, folks. We'll come back with a short break very, very soon. Hey folks, welcome back to the CJX 70 Cup Season 2, organized by Fragnation, of course, supported by Ubisoft. And right now we are in map number 3, map number 1, and map number 2 have been already secured by Hasib Warriors. And map number 3 of Clubhouse, things were a little bit turned and twisted when we talk about the entire play happening in since start of the round, since start of the overall matchup. Indeed, we did saw Hasib Warriors making a great run on map number 1, map number 2. He's being played on. Clubhouse. But as we get down to round number 14, which is going to be the overtime match point in the favor of Hasib Warriors. 7-6 is the score line. Things can go from anywhere. I was going to go for map number 4, which is going to be the Night Haven Labs, which is going to be a very fresh map when it comes on the overall competitiveness play when in the overall games, especially when Hasib Warriors and many other teams have not actually played a lot of Night Haven Labs when it comes on the competitive side of SA Siege. But right now, 6-7 is the score line. They have to lock it down into 8-6 to lock this up and win the entire game, win the entire grand finale, win this launch of the prize pool with 7-6 score line. From what it looks like, it's going to be the wrong bans being in play. Maybe mutual agreement can be decided. But we'll see about it, folks. Right now, we do see the preface going on. For the side of there's going to be Lightning Warriors Master picking up the KB. Coco on air jabs. It's going to be, of course, the Nomad. But we do see him now repicking it back to Demus. Demon Killer going to Ying. Sinister on Ash logged in and ready. Extreme also picking up line. Now with all of these very intel-based and intel gathering, attackers, whether it's be Demus, whether it's be Lion, whether it's be, I would say, Twitch. But it can be a little bit of that interchangement in the approach which can happen. But when we talk about the side of Hasib Warriors, it's going to be a straight up 7-6 scoreline which has been set up, and they are right now in match point. For the side of defensive play, yes, Taha is on Mira, Fatar on Tiburao, Melusi. We do see 2 trap based and very damage specifying operators on the defense, and in terms of the overall crowd control, we do have Mira and Tubero being in play. Tubero can also act as that anti-hard breach with the Zoto canister that you get. For now, folks, yes, this map is this actually round is gonna decide if it's gonna be a last up to round number 15 getting in played, or is it going to be the side of Hasib Warriors making the entire play happen. Zedus, the Army is right now in the Arsenal. Taha in church, Fatar also in church. We do see everybody nobody is roaming in on the top floor. We only see the side of Hasib playing very close to central stairs, the main stairs that connects the kitchen lobby to back in the site. So this is actually a little bit of that strange, I would say, approach. I have always seen Hasib. Actually, there's somebody from every time side of Hasib to play on the side of first floor, the second floor roaming. But there's actually nobody roaming right now, so strange. For now, Hasib wants peace. It does get the objective that somebody is breaking up the hatch. Oh, it just spots the Twitch, so his location and the intel was completely being given away. Full rotation which has been made from the side of Hasib Warriors. We do see the Ying Candelas getting up placed. Oh boy, Church. Smoke getting targeted from the side of Demus. They both have the intel of each other's getting targeted. Hasib wants peace. He has to back off from the fight. We do see the side of Melusi going back to the tunnel. And on the other hand, they do have Taha picking up I am Extreme. 50 seconds left on the clock. A double click. Bars also gets down. It's going to be a 3v5. Very hard for the side of LW to make this a 7-7. Master picks a kick on Taha. Very strange plays from the side of Master, which can lead him to getting a victory on this map. Strange, what I mean is that they're able to find very unusual kill. Master can beat up the 1, 2, 3 now. GG already written in the chat. That's going to be the champions, Hasib Warriors, picking up a 3-0 wipeout against the side of Lightning Warriors, folks. And that is going to be an 8-6 victory. Boy, oh boy, what a play coming in from the side of Hasib Warriors to straight up dominantly play the map number 1, which was the side of Bank. Even map number 2, we did saw how they actually approach and improvise on the entire game. There we go, folks. The champions of the Season 2 CJX Community Cup, organized by Fragnation and also supported and presented by Ubisoft. A great play indeed. Fatar, Ashrit, Ashrit's going to be your, by the way. The lad standing next to Hasib is Harshit. He is the not Harshit, by the way, in game. He is the coach. He is the mentor. He is the fifth man as well. Actually, sixth man as well for the team. But there you go, folks. Everybody looking nicey and happy faces all around, and that's going to be a straight up 3-0 wipeout. And when I say wipeout, is the reason why is the reason why I'm saying wipeout is going to be that they have secured up a 3-0 victory. Also, we did saw Lightning Warriors in the first map, second map being very, very, I would say, clueless in terms of the overall play. Don't get me wrong. On the third map, yes, things were a little bit different, especially on the map of Clubhouse. But on the map of Bank and on the map of Cafe, they were just not able to decide on how they want to approach. Look at some of these kills coming in from the side of Cedars. Things were looking a little bit different for the side of Hasib Warriors, especially on map number 3, which is, of course, this current one, the map of Clubhouse. But overall, Lightning Warriors was able to give up a good fight comparatively what they did in map number 1 and map number 2. They were able to give up a good fight in map number 3. Map number 1 and map number 2, it was just a clueless plays happening from the side of LW, if I tell you honestly. But right now, folks, it's going to be the side of Hasib Warriors being the champions of Fragnation presents CJX Committee Cup Season 2, and of course, supported by Ubisoft. Taking a look at some of these replays, yes, as you can do see, since the start and the beginning of the round, it was most of the time that Lightning Warriors were not able to get on the man advantage. Most of the time, it was the side of Hasib Warriors, whether it's be Hasib, it's be Ftar, it's be Paz. Just pick out some of these very early kills against the side of Lightning Warriors. Looking at the map number 3 stats, folks, Master at 19-9, being the guy to just lead the way. Demon Killer 7-12, Extreme I'm Extreme to 6-11, Coco with 4-12, the Sinister 7-10. Whole lot of negative KDs happening in play, but only Mr. Master was the guy to lead the pack. Hasib wants peace 13-8, Zedus 11-10, Baz 14-8, Taha 7-9, Fatar. Of course, Fatar was the guy even in the first semi-final when they play against the side of Data Esports to take a lot of the clutches, take a lot of those very crucial picks, which was absolutely necessary. So this was just the fact that they were just the better side when it comes down to the overall play against the side of Lightning Warriors. But for now, folks, all the matches and all the maps have been discussed. Yes, aggressive is kind of missing right now. He ran into a little bit of that trouble with the power. But for now, folks, that was that. I will urge you all to make sure that you have joined the Discord server of Fragnation, where all of the Discord activities and side quests are happening in. It's not just about Steal the Show. It's not about the next season of CJX Comedy Cup, which is going to take place in the next week, or I would say that is happening in it is happening in the late weeks of the July. So registrations are still going on. So make sure that you are registering for the side of season 3 of CJ's Community Cup. But also make sure to participate in the dual Siege 2v2 showdown. Also make sure to participate in the Steal the Show and the Beam competition as well. We have some really good R6X to give away for all of you. Talking about the total match summary, let's talk about it. Master 27, straight up challenging the looks and the likes of Hasib, but even ahead of him was Taha with 29, Pass with 27. I talk about the other players, it was Demon Killer and Extreme to 28 and contributing 13. But these stats do not tell you all of the information when it comes down on how Extreme and Master was actually able to prove their little worth that they had against the side of Hasib. When I say little worth, is what I meant is that nobody actually from the side of Lightning Warrior were able to analyze and assess what's exactly going wrong. Yes, there were a lot of the frags being in play from the side of Master, but frags are just not enough in Rainbow Six Siege, folks. This is a game where a whole lot of operators are there, whole lot of abilities are there, which can be used as advantage, even if you don't have that mechanical skill on your side. But yes, also comes down to the fact that you have to win. At the end of the day, you have to win gunfights and initiate those gunfights and win those gunfights. But that was that, folks. All of the matches have been played and completed. I have to remind that all of you that Season 3 is still in underway. The registrations are still underway. Make sure to register for Season 3 of Rainbow Six Siege X Comedy Cup, or organized by Fragnation and supported by Ubisoft. Price was going to be same 15,000 worth of 15,000 INR, and make sure to participate and make sure to register for the Season 3 of the Community Cup. And as you know, the roadmap, folks, by the way, CJX roadmap has already been uploaded on Fragnation's Instagram handle as well. So if you want to know about the what's coming ahead of season 3 and after season 3, make sure to follow Fragnation's Instagram handle. But yeah, folks, that was that. Huge congratulations goes to the side of Hasib Warriors. I mean, this is a team which has been playing the game for what, year 1 or year 2 of Siege, from what I'm able to remember. They used to dominate the entire SA region way back in year 5 and year 6. We did saw one of the teams from Sparkos and it dominating the year 7 of competitive play when it comes down to South Asia overall. But we have seen, Hasib Warriors being very consistent in the competitive play. Everybody just shows up in any of these community tournaments being held from anyone's side, hosting from anyone's side. But a huge, prop goes to the side of Fragnation we saw for coming up for a more roadmap like this. But for now, folks, that was that. This was the Rainbow Six Siege Community Cup Season 2. This was Bullet on the desk. We all alongside, we had Aggressive. A huge shout out goes to Baba Gista and Black Jeff for being together and being there for Season 1 broadcast and casting as well. Again, huge shout out goes to Fragnation. Huge shout out goes to Ubisoft for taking this initiative and calling out and giving the fans and the overall the passionate gamers like me giving a chance to be here at the desk and be here as a player for participating in these community cups. So folks, thank you so much for joining us today. We'll see you in the next one.